Comes off, doesn't it? Doesn't it stay? You leave that on?
That was my reaction.
Thank you all for being here today. Before we, actually I did gavel the committee to order, but before it's officially called to order, we have to give our digital team some notice. So I'm going to count down from 5 to 1, and then the markup will officially begin. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The committee will come to order. And we are meeting today to consider H.R. 3291, H.R. 3293, and H.R. 2467. My opening remarks are longer than normal because I will explain the procedures we'll follow at today's markup. But before, let me just thank everybody for being here. I mean, I know we're not all here in person, but it appears that most of us, or at least the majority of us, are. And it's really so wonderful to be in the room. I really haven't, I don't know if I think any of us really have been here very much, particularly in this room. So it's good to be back and good to see everybody in person. But due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, members can participate in today's markup either in person or remotely via online video conferencing. Members who are not vaccinated and participating in person must wear a mask and be socially distanced. Such members may remove their mask when they are under recognition and speaking from a microphone, similar to the floor. Staff and press who are not vaccinated and present in the committee room must wear a mask at all times and be socially distanced. For members participating remotely, your microphones will be set on mute for the purpose of eliminating inadvertent background noise. Members participating remotely will need to unmute your microphone each time you wish to speak. Please note that once you unmute your microphone, anything that is said in WebEx will be heard over the loudspeakers in the committee room and subject to be heard by the live stream and C-SPAN. Additionally, I ask that members participating remotely use the raise hand feature of the software platform when you wish to be recognized, including to give an opening statement or to offer an amendment. And after you're recognized to speak, please use the lower hand feature of the software platform so that I know that you no longer seek recognition. During voice votes, members participating remotely will need to unmute yourself so that we can hear your response. If you'd like to request a recorded vote, please do so immediately after you respond to the voice vote. During recorded votes, you will need to unmute yourself to respond to the clerk once your name is called. In responding to the clerk, I ask that instead of just saying aye or no, that you respond with a phrase like, Frank Pallone from New Jersey votes aye. And this will provide additional time for the voting member to be identified and made visible on the platform. Since members are participating from different locations at today's markup, all recognition of members, including for question and opening statements, will be in the order of full committee seniority. So it's not where you have to be here before the gavel. We're just going to use seniority. Otherwise, it's going to be too difficult. So during this markup, amendments will be sent to members electronically, as we did during virtual markups. Members participating in person should not bring paper copies of their amendments to the clerk's desk. If a member participating in person would like a paper copy of an amendment or bill, please let staff know during the consideration of the amendment or bill. And amendments and motions should be sent to Chloe Rodriguez and Perry Hamilton, and documents for the record to Rebecca Tomilchek at the email addresses we provided to staff. All documents will be entered into the record at the conclusion of the markup. So that's it for the process. I'm not sure everyone followed it completely, but we're going to do our best here. And I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes for an opening statement on the substance of what's before us. Today, the committee is considering 3 important public health measures reported last week by the Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change. By acting today, we will deliver crucial drinking water improvements that communities desperately need. We will also meet the promise of President Biden's American Jobs Plan by improving the safety and affordability of drinking water for all Americans. And finally, we'll tackle PFAS contamination in our air, land, and water. And we'll begin by considering the Aqua Act of 2021, authored by Chairman Tonko. This legislation provides significant federal funding to revitalize our nation's drinking water infrastructure and replace lead service lines nationwide. It provides funding for water resiliency programs, school drinking water safety programs, and tribal water programs. And it provides funding to pay off water customer debt, helping families and water utilities navigate a debt crisis that puts both at risk. Most importantly, the Aqua Act would strengthen our drinking water standards and improve the EPA's ability to set those standards when needed. The Environment and Climate Change Subcommittee has held several hearings on standard-setting challenges under the Safe Drinking Water Act, and the Aqua Act is now a full rewrite of the Safe Drinking Water Act process, but it would make targeted changes that could empower the EPA, and it would set deadlines for several long overdue standards. Drinking water infrastructure has long been an area of strong bipartisan agreement in this committee, and I hope that drinking water safety can be as well. The second bill is the Low-Income Water Customer Assistance Program. It's a bipartisan bill led by Representatives Blunt Rochester and Katko. It would create permanent assistance programs to help low-income customers pay their drinking water and wastewater bills, just as the LIHEAP program helps low-income customers pay their energy bills. These permanent programs will be a safety net for low-income customers and the water systems that serve them. The bill enjoys widespread stakeholder support, and I expect it will have broad support today. And the last bill is the PFAS Action Act, and that was the product of robust work in this committee last Congress. It passed the House last year on a strong bipartisan basis, and I'm pleased that this Congress, it is being led by Representatives Dingell and Upton, the two Michiganders. We heard at last, well, not the only Michiganders, but two of them. We heard at last week's subcommittee markup that some of my Republican colleagues want to delay this bill because they want to hold new hearings, but I just believe we have to act now. PFAS contamination is a pressing issue for countless communities, and while the EPA under President Biden is working hard to address the issue, it's still playing catch-up after 4 years of inaction. 1 year after the House passed this bill, we still don't have a drinking water standard, a test rule, or a hazardous substance designation for even a single PFAS chemical. So I think the bill is urgently needed and look forward to advancing it today. And that I will yield back, and I will recognize Mrs. Rodgers. But let me just say from a process point, because I didn't thank you, that in the last week or so, the ranking member and I have been working hard to try to have this process where we can be in person and still have those who want to participate virtually. Her and her staff have been working with us on a regular basis, and so I do want to thank you, Cathy, for all your help with that. And I yield now to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to all of my colleagues. It feels good to be back in the committee room and appreciate you working with us together, working out this hybrid approach to our committee hearings, and I do believe it's going to be a positive for our work in front of the Energy and Commerce Committee. Today we are marking up some bills, provisions in which I find appealing, some of them, but not able to support on their own. There's a lot that I'd like to just highlight today. First, the first bill we're discussing is H.R. 3291, the Assistance, Quality, and Affordable Act of 2021. I believe that we must not lose the successes this committee secured in the America's Water Infrastructure Act of 2018. 3 items, though, make this bill especially concerning. First, it authorizes appropriation levels at 400 to 500% higher than the most recently appropriated amount. It also creates a new expensive program providing free, privately owned lead service line replacements to the wealthiest Americans. Second, it strips existing legal requirements that balance costs and benefits and promotes the affordability of safe drinking water, especially in small communities. Last, it prohibits the collection of any future water bills for 5 years by water utilities that accept billing arrangement payments. This will place undue economic strain on water utilities. The second bill under consideration is H.R. 3293, which creates the first income support program ever at EPA. 2 items concern me most about this bill. First, low-income, rural communities and privately held water systems are subjected to more burdensome hoops to obtain funding than others, including in urban areas. Second, H.R. 3293 creates a permanent billing assistance program while simultaneously directing EPA to study whether the need exists. We should study it before establishing the program. Finally, there's the PFAS Action Act, H.R. 2467. PFAS are a class of 9,252 separate chemicals according to EPA's master PFAS list. I've become familiar with two of the best-known PFAS, PFOA and PFOS, because they are foam that have contaminated at Fairchild Air Force Base in Airway Heights, Washington. While I support solving PFAS problems, H.R. 2467 isn't workable. It removes the lab coat from EPA scientists to mandate those decisions. It forces EPA to make thousands of regulatory determinations under its major laws. It removes the public from the regulatory process, and it favors harsh limits over science and real safety. Mr. Chairman, I recognize that these bills are well-intended. Unfortunately, being well-intended and well-meaning is not a substitute for poor outcomes. With that, I yield back.
I thank the ranking member. It just dawned on me that we haven't actually had an in-person meeting with you as the ranking member.
That's true. This is my
one.
first. Here we go.
That's wonderful. I didn't think. I know it's true.
It's much better. It's much better to be in person than on the screen. It's like a reset here. It's
That's
good.
true.
Thank you.
All right. So, well, we're going to have these bills all came from the Environment and Climate Change Subcommittee. So I'd like to have the chair and ranking member of the subcommittee, if they would like to make an opening statement. I assume they will. So we'll start with Mr. Tonko, chairman of the subcommittee, is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm excited that the committee today is considering these three bills that we advanced favorably by the Environment and Climate Change Subcommittee last week. America's drinking water systems are essential infrastructure, maybe the most essential of any public systems we support. And all across America, these systems are failing. Congress must include them in any infrastructure package that we move in the coming weeks or months. H.R. 3291, the Aqua Act, enhances water infrastructure, quality, safety, and affordability, and delivers a needed lifeline for drinking water repairs and upgrades to state and local governments. This bill authorizes the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund and other essential EPA programs for 10 years. It establishes a $45 billion program to replace lead service lines and reforms the Safe Drinking Water Act to improve EPA's broken standard-setting process. With the next bill, H.R. 3293, the Low-Income Water Customer Assistance Programs Act, introduced by Representatives Blunt, Rochester, and Katko, addresses the growing challenge of water affordability for millions of Americans. And finally, H.R. 2467, the PFAS Action Act, works comprehensively to reduce Americans' exposure to dangerous PFAS chemicals, whether through our air, our water, or our consumer products. Despite promising initial steps from the Biden administration, I fear that the EPA will not adequately address PFAS without clear, comprehensive directions from Congress. My thanks to Representatives Dingell and Upton for their enduring leadership on this bill and commitment to addressing this dangerous class of forever chemicals. I expect there will be several amendments offered today, and I remain interested in working with members to further improve these bills both today and before they come to the floor. And with that, Mr. Chair, I encourage members to support these bills, and I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Tonko. And next, I'd recognize Mr. McKinley, the ranking member of the subcommittee, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing us back into committee, back into this room. It changes the complexion. The Aqua Act is indeed well-intended. I understand that, but I still, like the ranking member, still have serious concerns with it. It removes the cost-benefit requirement and small system variances from the Safe Drinking Water Act. I will be offering an amendment to ensure these existing provisions remain in law. The committee also examines the Water Assistance Program of 2021. This bill will create the EPA, and as the ranking member, I guess chairman in waiting, just said that this is the first time, and it establishes a government-assisted social program. And lastly, the committee will have a markup on bills on PFAS. As I explained last week, nearly a quarter of our members are new to the committee. Yet we haven't had a hearing on PFAS in 2 years, despite all of our requests for one before last week's markup. We need to understand that PFAS is indeed a class of over 9,000 different chemicals with varying properties and characteristics, and the science on PFAS has evolved since this committee last had a hearing. Yet this bill takes a non-scientific, one-size-fits-all approach to address the problem. And curiously, Mr. Chairman, it includes a unique exemption from liability for airports. Now, airports have been one of the biggest users of firefighting foam like PFOA and PFOS. And yes, the FAA requires airports to use it, and others, like water utilities, are also required by the federal government to filter their water containing PFAS. But they didn't get an exemption. So obviously, this bill is trying to do airports a favor, but why not our water systems? Mr. Chairman, at the proper time, I'm curious, I'll be interested to learn your explanation of why this committee is favoring one group over another. And let's not forget that EPA has made significant progress in addressing PFAS since this bill passed the House last year, and Congress has already passed key bipartisan laws to address it. So, Mr. Chairman, let's take the time to address the issue in a more thoughtful manner, all these three bills, before they go to the floor. And I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. So any member can be recognized for 1 minute for an opening statement if anybody so desires. So is there anyone on the Democratic side that would like to speak? Make an opening statement? Oh, where is she? Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting we got the people virtually. Okay. Ms. Dingle is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know, and I would rather be in the committee room. Thanks for holding today's full committee markup on these three important bills that advance
Oh, well.
that advance work on each of these bills. If enacted, they will ensure Americans nationwide have access to clean, safe, and affordable drinking water, as well as protect the American people from harmful forever chemicals, and finally represent strong friends. And I urge every member of this committee to send these bills favorably to the floor today, because it will help so many American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, and we'll submit complete statements for the record. It was a little garbled there, but again, we're experimenting this week. Anyone on the Republican side that would like to make an opening statement for 1 minute? And I guess I should repeat that if you're virtual, you need to raise your hand or some electronically if possible, or at least somehow signal to us that you want to speak. Is there anybody else on the Democratic side that we missed? All right, we're going to move on then. That concludes opening statements, but you can still submit them for the record. Pursuant to committee rules, members' written opening statements shall be made part of the record. Please submit written opening statements electronically to the email address that we have provided. At this time, we'll begin bill consideration. The chair calls up H.R. 3291, the Assistance, Quality, and Affordability Act of 2021, or the AQUA Act, this is the acronym, as forwarded by the Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Committee print showing the text of H.R. 3291 as forwarded by the Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with, and the bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I know that there is an Ains, but before we get to that, are there any members seeking recognition to speak on the underlying bill? And again, members participating remotely are reminded to use the raise hand feature to seek recognition and to use the lower hand feature after you've been recognized. Is there anyone that wants to speak?
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman.
Mr. Doyle is recognized. Strike the last
Chairman,
word.
move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I support this legislation because it will improve our drinking water quality, ensure our children's water is healthy, and provide good-paying jobs. Importantly, the bill will help get the lead out of our communities by extending testing in schools and child care facilities, by helping schools replace lead water fountains, and by providing robust funding for lead service line replacement. Lead pipes have been a real problem in Pittsburgh and other cities across the country for too long. This bill makes significant investments in finally making lead in our water a thing of the past. The provisions in this bill will not only make our drinking water safer, they will create thousands of good-paying jobs both in construction and in manufacturing through its strong Buy America provisions. We must invest in ensuring all Americans have safe and affordable drinking water, and for that reason, I support this legislation and urge my colleagues to support it as well, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Now, again, we're going based on seniority back and forth between parties. Anybody on the Republican side in person or virtually? On the Democratic side, we go now to the gentlewoman from Florida. Ms. Castro is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and Chairman Tonko very much for pushing this bill forward, H.R. 3291. This is vitally important because we have really fallen behind in our federal responsibility to shore up our water systems across the country. Local communities like mine in the Tampa Bay area, in the state of Florida, we cannot keep up with the backlog. We have such huge needs to repair, replace, modernize our entire water systems. So thank you very much. This will help our local communities. It also helps address resilience. We know with the rising costs and the impacts of the climate crisis, our water systems are under great stress. And last year, when the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis made a set of recommendations, some of our recommendations included strengthening the nation's drinking water infrastructure against natural hazards and climate impacts. We also recommended that we upgrade wastewater and drinking water systems, provide support especially to frontline communities and working class households, and that we strengthen the resilience for our schools. So this bill, thank you very much for heeding those recommendations. This is very important legislation. I recommend to our colleagues we pass it on to the floor of the House. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. Anyone on the Republican side, virtually or otherwise? Ms. Eshu is with us virtually, recognized for 5 minutes. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Eshu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an issue that is one of the basic necessities of life, water. And over the years at our committee, there are so many members that, in representing rural areas in our country, speak up, obviously, on behalf of their rural areas. Believe it or not, in my Silicon Valley district, I have rural areas. We have spoken about the needs in rural areas for broadband, the needs in rural areas for better health care, the need in rural areas for a whole variety of shortcomings for people in rural areas. Water and access to clean water is one of them. And that's what this bill, to me, really represents very important help for people that live in rural areas. The American Society of Civil Engineers recently gave our country's drinking water infrastructure a C- grade. I don't think any of us accept that. In this great country, C-. We have, well, let me just tell you what I have in my district. And I know that my Republican friends are worried about spending money on this. In my district, I have a water district that serves just under 8,000 customers in the rural area of the Santa Cruz Mountains. Last year's wildfires caused $11 million in damages to that water system, destroying over 7 miles of water pipes and leaving hundreds of residents without safe drinking water for more than a month. Now, customers in that water district, if you start doing the math of $11 million in damages and ask the customers to pick up the tab for that, less than 8,000 of them, it can't be done. It simply can't be done. So whether it is the example of what I'm sharing with all of you, to contaminated water supplies because of pipes that are so old that they're seeping lead into the water supply, we're not a third world country. And I don't think any of us aspire to be one. But these conditions are simply not acceptable. This water legislation is very, very important. It's critically important. So for all of the members that represent rural areas, I don't think it matters whether we're Republicans or Democrats. We have to answer to the people that are served by those water districts. And so I think that the support is really vital for all the reasons that I just stated. There are many others, and members are speaking to them. The CDC, my colleagues, has noted that providing safe drinking water was one of the most important public health achievements of the 20th century. So I pose the question, what, in the 21st century, are we going to roll back? I think that we have to, I think that we need to upgrade. And they also warned that aging infrastructure increases the likelihood of contamination that can carry waterborne illnesses. So this legislation provides the critically necessary investments to move us forward. The need is there. I've described what's happening in a part of my district in the rural area. You all have them in yours. This is on both sides of the aisle. So are we going to go home and say, you know, sorry, this happened to you? There's nothing we can do about it? I don't think so. We know that we can do better, and we must. And I'm very grateful to the subcommittee coming up with this legislation, because it really speaks to the need and it carries the solution with it. So I thank the chairman for yielding time to me, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. I don't, oh, Dr. Bouchon is recognized for 5 minutes. Struck the last word.
Move to strike the last word. I'm going to be brief. The federal government can't solve every problem. And this is another instance where, although I agree we need to invest in this type of infrastructure, for decades and decades across the country, really we're allowing local leaders, state leaders off the hook. A lot of these things can be done at the local level, in my view, with federal support. But the more we continue on every issue to allow leaders across this country to punt to Washington, D.C. for a solution, the more problems we're going to continue to have. And also, the more loss of local control of our communities that we're going to continue to experience. So even though I'm supportive of investment in a lot of these areas, I do think that we need to consider the fact that decades of inaction locally and at the state level in some of our communities should not result in federal taxpayers footing the bill and punting all of this to Washington, D.C. on every issue, and this is just another one of those.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will yield.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I served as a county commissioner before I was elected to the U.S. Congress, and I absolutely agree that local officials have a huge responsibility when it comes to water and wastewater. But here, according to the Congressional Research Service, the federal government's share of capital investment has fallen from 63% in 1977 to 9% in 2017. So
Yeah, I reclaim my time. I think that's fair, and I'm not arguing that we don't need to invest federally in our infrastructure. I'm just saying that on every subject, do we need to allow, or do we need to subvert local public officials, state officials, on every issue to the federal government? We're doing that in healthcare. It's moving down that pathway. We're doing that here. Again, one of the things that the federal government should provide is infrastructure, but there are some areas of infrastructure that I would argue have been neglected locally and in states for decades, and now everyone wants us to bail all that out with federal taxpayer dollars, and we just can't continue to do that on every issue. So with that, I will yield.
I thank the gentleman, and that you are. I think it's important to note that 2/3 today is funding for this infrastructure is paid for by states and local entities. 2/3. So this is not a takeover of the federal government of those responsibilities. I too served in local government for 10 years and county board of supervisors. I know what these small water districts represent and what I did there, and the state's participation as well. So 2/3, Dr. Bouchon, today.
Fair enough.
Costs are picked up by state and local. And thank you for your.
You're welcome. I reclaim my time. But whether it's education, whether it's healthcare, or other issues, in my view, even in the last 10 years that I've been here in Congress, we are continually allowing across our country things to be ran up to the federal level. And my argument is that there are some areas that's appropriate, but many areas, local officials of both political parties need to be held accountable for the things that they do that result in us at the federal level needing to address issues that I feel could be addressed more at the local level. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I think we have more speakers. The gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky, is recognized. So strike the last word.
Yes, I strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congresswoman Eshoo said that clean water is a basic necessity, but I think in the richest country in the world, it is also a human right that we need to do to take care of. And I was so proud to vote for all the 3 bills in the subcommittee and very anxious to see this move all the way through the process. And I have a particular concern. I raised it at the subcommittee on lead in water. And we know that in Illinois, 680,000 people deal with, families, buildings deal with lead service lines. And lead can cause permanent, irreversible damage especially to children, and affect their brains for their lifetime. And in Chicago, I represent a part of Chicago, that's really my hometown, 400,000 lead service lines. Now, one could say that Chicago and Illinois needs to step up. And actually, the state legislature did do that in the last session. But the scope is so big right now that we need federal help to address this. And this is a really urgent crisis. And it just seems to me that no matter where people live, it's not just a problem for low-income communities or communities of color. We, all over the country, have aging underground water systems in all communities. And those communities are becoming aware of the problem and are needing help. And if anything is a worthwhile investment, making sure that Americans everywhere have clean water, safe water, water that you're not worried is going to make your children sick or yourself sick, that is dangerous to turn on the faucet. This is America. We can do better, and we should do better. These bills bring us closer to the realization, and I hope that we can get bipartisan support in the full committee, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. Is there anyone on the Republican side? Virtually or otherwise? I saw Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. When President Biden won, he promised to build back better and put forward the American Jobs Plan to do just that. And that's why we're here today. Water infrastructure goes through this committee. This is our responsibility. Our drinking water infrastructure system is graded at a C+. Really? In the most prosperous country in the world, that's the best we can do? Of course not. The Clean Water Act makes clean water an American right. Yet from Flint, Michigan to St. Cloud, Florida, in my district, we see water still polluted. And it requires greater investments to ensure this right is for all Americans for another generation. And that's why in the Aqua Act, we're investing $53 billion for the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, $45 billion to replace lead service lines, and $5 billion for assistance for PFAS contamination. It's the right thing to do. But as importantly, it'll save countless costs associated with health issues that happen when Americans don't have clean water. Imagine your family member, your child or your grandchild, your constituent, drinking lead-poisoned or other polluted water every day throughout their childhood. What kind of future is that child going to have? They could have mental issues. They could have health issues. And are they really going to help us continue to be the greatest nation in the world if they can't even have clean water growing up? Of course not. And then we'll have to care for them through our health systems. This is an investment in the future, and it'll also create high-paying construction jobs in the process. I urge all of my colleagues to get with it. Let's make bipartisan infrastructure investments, and let's build back better. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Is there anyone who wants to speak on the underlying bill remaining? I don't think so. All right. Then we'll move to the Ains. I would recognize Mr. Tonko to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print for H.R. 3291, offered by Mr. Tonko of New York.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and Mr. Tonko is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know I'm not alone when I hear concerns from my constituents and the local governments in my district about their water infrastructure challenges. Our water systems, like much of our nation's infrastructure, are suffering from decades of neglect and underfunding. In recent years, this committee has worked to increase authorization levels for several key water programs, and the Aqua Act would continue to build upon this success. This bill would extend the Drinking Water System Resilience Funding Program, the Indian Reservation Drinking Water Program, the Public Water System Supervision Grants to states, assistance to colonials, grants for school and child care, lead testing, and replacements of school drinking water fountains that may contain lead. It authorizes significant increases in funding for the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, and it establishes several new programs, including a $45 billion investment to replace lead service lines, Congresswoman Clark's amendment at subcommittee to install and maintain filtration systems at schools, and a grant program to address PFAS contamination. Title II of the bill addresses EPA's broken standard setting program. We now have 25 years of evidence that the approach established in the 1996 amendments has not worked. I know some would rather not discuss standard setting, but we cannot continue to divorce the issues of water systems needing more infrastructure dollars from EPA, needing stronger authorities to protect public health and set minimum safety standards. The Aqua Act directs EPA to set health protective standards for PFAS, 1,4-dioxane, and microcystin toxin for within 2 years. And it prevents EPA from setting standards that are weaker than what is feasible based on cost considerations. Finally, Title III seeks to address the affordability challenges that have occurred since the start of the pandemic. The Aqua Act authorizes $4 billion to reduce or eliminate customer debt incurred since March of 2020 and prohibits water systems receiving this funding from disconnecting the service of eligible residential customers as a result of non-payment for a 5-year period. This language was incorporated from H.R. 3292, the Water Debt Relief Act introduced by Representatives Dingell and Tlaib. The amendment, in the nature of a substitute, makes several changes to the bill advanced by the subcommittee based on feedback received from stakeholders, including water utilities. It clarifies that the limitation on private owner contributions for lead line replacements refers only to projects receiving funding under this program. The AINS also makes a change to the PFAS grants program to allow the administrator to determine eligible treatment technology based on which are most effective for removing PFAS from drinking water. PFAS grants will also now prioritize aquifers that are the sole or principal drinking water source for an area. And finally, the AINS requires recipients of lead service line replacement funding to submit a plan to replace all lead lines within their systems within 10 years. This is not too dissimilar from a concept included in Republican-sponsored lead line replacement legislation, which was subject of a legislative hearing in the subcommittee last month. Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for including this bill at today's markup. We know our water systems need these infrastructure dollars, and our constituents deserve to have safe, reliable, and affordable water, free from lead, free from PFAS, and other dangerous contaminants. The Aqua Act can go a long way to making that hope a reality. With that, I encourage members to support the AINS. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Tonko. So we'll have, if anyone wants to make a statement on the AINS, we'll do that first, and then we'll go to amendments, partisan amendments to the AINS. Does anyone on the Republican side want to speak on the AINS? All right, well, I'm going to say something. I'll recognize I move to strike the last word to speak in support of the amendment and the nature of the substitute. The Aqua Act, authored by Chairman Tonka, would provide robust federal investments for drinking water infrastructure, including funding to replace lead service lines, remove PFAS from drinking water, and improve resiliency. And these investments are a critical part of our infrastructure work and can play an important role in building back our economy. They're also a critical part of our pursuit of environmental justice because we need to do much more to ensure equal access to safe water and a healthy environment. And they're just one component of this important bill. The safety title of this bill would set deadlines for needed drinking water standards while ensuring those standards are strong enough to protect vulnerable populations and communities that bear a disproportionate burden of environmental pollution. That title will also strengthen the Safe Drinking Water Act for all contaminants, ensuring that health protection matters more than cost benefit when we decide how to clean our water. And then at last week's subcommittee markup, we heard some misleading claims about this change. So I did want to take a little time to address them. Well, I think they're misleading. Under current law, EPA must set drinking water standards as close to the health protection goal as feasible, taking cost into consideration with two exceptions. The first exception is where setting such a protective standard for one contaminant would undermine protections against other contaminants or undermine other treatment techniques. That exception appears in paragraph 5 of this statutory section and would not be touched by this bill. But the second exception in paragraph 6 is for when the administrator determines at their discretion that the benefits of the standard do not justify the costs. And this is the exception that the bill before us would repeal. And this bill would repeal it for several reasons. First, because cost is already considered when determining whether the standard is feasible. Second, because the public relies on the Safe Drinking Water Act to protect their health. And finally, because cost-benefit analysis is a flawed tool, in my opinion, that undervalues the health and well-being of people generally, but especially low-income communities and communities of color. So we heard last week that this change would have Washington set a one-size-fits-all standard that might not be right for rural systems, but I don't think that's true. The Safe Drinking Water Act sets a national minimum standard of protection because rural Americans deserve health protections as much as anyone else, and that would be true whether this bill is adopted or not. Municipalities that want to go beyond the minimum or states that want to set stricter standards are free to do so, and this bill will simply ensure that the national minimum standard is protected. We also heard last week that this change would increase levels of other contaminants, and I think my colleagues, we're conflating the paragraph 5 exception, which would remain unchanged, with the paragraph 6 exception, which would be removed. And the Aqua Act does not touch the provision allowing EPA to change a standard because of concerns about other contaminants. Now, we also heard last week that cost must be the controlling factor for drinking water safety because our cities and towns are facing a zero-sum game, and any spending on water quality will have to come out of the budget for other necessities like, for example, hiring teachers. But I don't think that's all true as well. I think that's a false choice. First, because water systems are supported by ratepayers, and second, because both drinking water bills we're moving today would provide generous and sustained financial support for water systems. So they would provide tens of billions of dollars for infrastructure improvement, billions for the purchase and installation of new treatment technology, billions to pay off outstanding customer debt, and billions to subsidize water rates through permanent low-income customer assistance programs. So, I know that my Republican colleagues are concerned about the cost of delivering safe water across the country, but I would urge them to support these bills rather than relying on cost-benefit to block health protective standards. So again, I urge my colleagues to support the AINS and the bill. I don't know that I'm convincing anybody here, but I wanted to at least set forth my response to some of the arguments that were raised last week. And with that, I yield back. And if anybody else would like to speak on the underlying bill? Ms. Clark, the vice. Oh, no, she's not the vice chair. That's Robin now. Ms. Clark from New York is virtual? Yes, she is. Would you like to, I'll yield to you, strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me also thank both you and Chairman Tonko for your combined leadership on this important legislation. H.R. 3291, the Aqua Act, is a major step towards ensuring that our nation's drinking water is safe and affordable for all communities. Among its many provisions, the bill provides crucial funding to address lead contamination in drinking water. This is an issue that has disproportionately impacted communities of color and low-income communities, from Flint, Michigan to Newark, New Jersey, and the legislation takes important steps to ensure that these overburdened communities are prioritized as we seek to remediate issues of lead contamination. Lead contamination in drinking water is particularly dangerous to the health of young children. Even at very low levels, lead can cause irreversible damage to developing brains and nervous systems. All too often, this can result in harmful effects from learning disabilities to impaired growth, and in the most severe cases, coma and even death. Once again, Black children have borne the brunt of this crisis. Across the nation, studies have found that they are almost 3 times more likely to have highly elevated levels of lead in their bloodstream. And unfortunately, our nation's schools, which ought to be safe havens for children are frequently the primary pathway by which children are exposed to lead contamination in their drinking water. This is why I proposed an amendment last week during our subcommittee markup that would establish a new program at EPA to support the installation of filtered water fountains and refill stations at schools and childcare programs across the nation. These water stations will take advantage of the most up-to-date filtration technology to almost entirely remove lead from drinking water, no matter where the exact source of lead contamination may be. My amendment, which is now part of the underlying bill, prioritizes the underfunding and disadvantaged schools that need this assistance most, ensuring that children who have suffered disproportionately from contaminated drinking water are among the first to receive much needed upgrades. Filtered water stations are a cost-effective solution that will keep our children safe as schools and childcare facilities continue the important but expensive work of updating their plumbing systems. During last week's markup, some of my colleagues from the other side of the aisle noted the cost of this new program as a reason to not vote for my amendment. But let's be clear that what we're talking about here, the cost of this program, $50 million a year over the next 10 years to assist with the purchasing and maintenance of filtration stations, is the equivalent of just $1 million per year for each state. Put it another way, this is less than $1 a year for every child in the United States. One single dollar per child per year to ensure that our children are safe from the harmful health impacts of lead contamination in their drinking water. And so I ask my colleagues again, what does it say about our priorities if we're not willing to provide this funding to keep our children safe? The health and well-being of our children and our communities depend on us taking bold steps right now to eliminate lead contamination in drinking water. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and demonstrate that Congress is serious about making drinking water affordable and safe for all communities. Let me once again thank Chairman Tonko and Chairman Pallone for their outstanding leadership on the Aqua Act, and I look forward to sending it to the House floor. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlewoman. Does anyone else want to speak on the Ains before we go to amendments to the Ains? Anyone on either side? Anyone virtually? All right. So now we'll entertain amendments to the Ains. Recognize the ranking member.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk, will the clerk have the amendment?
What's the title?
The title is DWFFF Amendment to Aqua Act Ains. Oh, 7? Committee 7?
7, yes.
You have it? All right, the clerk will report the Rodgers amendment.
Substitute for the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print for H.R. 3291, offered by Mrs. Rodgers of Washington.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment
Mr.
will
Chair,
be
I wish to reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order, and without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentlewoman, the ranking member, is recognized to speak in favor of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said in my opening statement, there are some parts of this legislation that I agree with. My amendment is focused on the policy that we agree on. It would include most of the drinking water funding for the Future Act that Ranking Member McKinley and I introduced last month, that extends a successful down payment made in the 2018 bipartisan America's Water Infrastructure Act. This amendment promotes drinking water compliance and purchasing power, advances innovation in this sector, and prepares drinking water systems to smartly face terrorism and resilience challenges. This amendment reauthorizes the Drinking Water Revolving Loan Fund at $1.9 billion per year for 5 years. The Drinking Water Revolving Loan Funding is the main federal drinking water funding program. It helps defray the cost of federal mandates, but also provides funding for many other drinking water programs. The authorization in this amendment is $870 million more than Congress provided this program in the last annual appropriations. This amendment extends the grants for assessing risk from terrorism, including cybersecurity, and resilience to natural hazards by community water systems. This amendment authorizes $10 million annually for technical assistance to public water systems for innovative water technologies. It authorizes $125 million annually to fund states implementing and enforcing Safe Drinking Water Act standards. These grants also assist states providing technical assistance to water systems who struggle with compliance. Because I support evidence-based decisions and using objective science, this amendment authorizes $10 million annually for EPA programs to monitor unregulated drinking water contaminants. This monitoring will help EPA understand how widespread these contaminants are in drinking water. It also will inform whether further federal action is needed. To aid economically distressed areas with lead pipes, this amendment authorizes $60 million annually to help communities finance activities to reduce the concentration of lead in their treated drinking water. This program gives priority to drinking water at daycare centers, schools, or other facilities serving children. This amendment uses an existing lead reduction program to address replacing lead service lines. Unlike the amendment in the nature of a substitute, funding would be targeted only towards helping those least able to afford repairs to their private lead service lines. This amendment also authorizes $5 million annually for monitoring, testing, and replacement of school drinking water fountains containing lead components, placing a priority on funding to schools based on economic need. Finally, this amendment authorizes funding for an EPA grant program to promote workforce development and career opportunities in the water utility sector. Grants can be used for on-site training, apprenticeship programs, and other educational activities for the sector. The one thing that I wanted this amendment to contain, but it does not, because of germaneness reasons, is the extension of the Water Infrastructure Financing and Innovation Act. This program should be extended. I'm offering this amendment as a solution because I cannot support the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I recognize that we have drinking water challenges in this country. I believe this amendment, like much of what is in Title I, is a reasoned way to address them. The rest of H.R. 3291 is focused on picking fights about how stringent the regulations will be, making rural systems use unaffordable technology, even if affordable alternatives exist, and stopping water utilities from collecting delinquent debts for another 5 years, including from the wealthy. Even though they actually would benefit from higher authorizations, all of the major drinking water utilities oppose the Aqua Act. I think that's a signal that the bill is problematic. I do understand that some of my colleagues want to spend a lot more on these programs, but I feel that we need more information before considering duplicative and expensive new programs that may not drive results. I urge support for this amendment.
I thank the gentlewoman, and I'll strike the last word to speak in opposition to the Rodgers amendment. I appreciate that my Republican colleagues are willing to support extending the drinking water infrastructure programs included in the Aqua Act, and that's certainly a start, but it's not enough in my opinion. This amendment won't provide the funding needed to revitalize our crumbling infrastructure and create jobs. It won't replace the lead service lines nationwide. It won't support water treatment to remove PFAS, and it won't address our water debt crisis. And it also won't improve the standard-setting process under the Safe Drinking Water Act to ensure safer water. So I just think we can and should do more, which is why we have the underlying bill. And so I would urge my colleagues to oppose the Rodgers amendment and support the Ains and the underlying bill. Does anyone else want to speak on the Rodgers amendment? On either side, virtually or otherwise? All right, then we will move to a vote. Let's see where we are here. All those in favor of the Rodgers Amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed will signify by saying no.
No.
Gentlewoman wants a recorded vote, and a recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no. And let me just remind everyone again, if you could say, Frank Pallone of New Jersey votes a certain way, the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Now, for those members who are remote, remember you have to unmute to say how you're voting. Mr. Rush?
Rushville, Illinois votes aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo.
Let me change that.
Is this on the Ames, Mr. Chairman?
No, I'm sorry. Maybe we should start over again. I don't want to confuse everybody. This is the Rodgers Amendment, the Republican substitute to the Ains.
That said,
Anna Eshoo votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. And Mr. Rush, what did you say? Or you want to correct it? Go ahead.
Rush votes no.
Okay.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette.
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Mr. Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas of California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Buttergon votes no. Or Ms. Buttergon.
Ms. Baragan votes no.
Ms. Buttergon votes no. Mr. McEachin.
Mr. McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rodgers.
Mrs. Rodgers votes aye.
Mrs. Rodgers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley votes aye.
Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Johnson from Ohio votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Chairman Pallone.
Mr. Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Now, we did have some people that didn't respond.
This is Congressman Welch. How am I recorded?
Mr. Welch is not recorded.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Anyone else who's either here in person or virtually who didn't vote? I'll just give it a minute or two because I don't want to miss anybody. Even if you don't have your hand raised, well, we can hear you if you unmute. You want to just read back again the names of those who were not recorded, Madam Clerk?
Ms. Matsui, Mr. Vesey, Ms. Kelly, Mr. Burgess, Mr. Kinzinger, Mr. Griffith, and Mr. Armstrong.
All right. I guess none of those are here. I'll just give it a minute.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Mr. Carter?
Palmer, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
As I understand, the rules require that the members who are remote be visible on the screen for votes.
Yes. But I
Really?
mean, there are none of the people that are, everybody's on the screen who voted. You're talking about the people who didn't?
No, as I understand it, the rules require that the members be visible on the screen when they vote.
That's correct.
Are they visible only to the clerks or are they visible to the committee?
I didn't hear what you said. Wanna
Are
repeat?
they visible to the clerks for recording their votes or are visible to the committee?
Visible to me, I don't know if they would be visible to anybody who has the computer. I can see them. I don't know if. What are you asking? I'm confused. Oh, you want them to be
Yeah.
up there?
No, they have to be visible in order for their votes to be recorded.
Yes, I'm looking at the screen, and everyone who voted was on this screen.
Were they visible to the clerks?
Do you see them?
We have a web.
Oh, you have it too. Yes, they're visible to the clerk.
I yelled back.
All right. All right, now, is there anybody that we missed that does want to vote? Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Chairman?
Ms. Matsui?
Yes, I vote no.
Matsui is a no.
Ms. Matsui votes.
Mr. Armstrong?
Mr. Armstrong votes aye.
All right, anyone else on either side? All right, then the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 30 and the nays were 23.
The ayes were 30 and the nays were
23.
23. Is that accurate? This is on the Rodgers amendment, right?
Yes.
And there were 30 ayes and 23 noes? Isn't it the opposite?
Oh, sorry. Apologies. The yeas were.
Yeah, with the
The
I'm
yeas
sorry,
were
Madam
23 and
Clerk.
the nays were 30.
What's that one more time?
The yeas were 23 and the nays were 30.
Oh, okay. Billy said, get with the program. The vote on the Rodgers amendment is 23 ayes to 30 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Who is that?
I have an amendment at
Oh,
the desk.
Mr. Ruiz? Yes. Mr. Ruiz, you have an amendment?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the
It's
Ruiz
labeled
amendment?
Aqua FC.
Madam Clerk has the
amend-
amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print for HR 3291.
Without objection, the reading of the Ruiz amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment makes a very simple change to the Safe Drinking Water Act to give states the flexibility to ensure that additional disadvantaged communities can improve their drinking water systems. This amendment would increase the amount of money that states are able to provide to disadvantaged communities in the form of grants, forgivable loans, or other favorable financing mechanisms from 35% to 40% of their state revolving fund. That's an extra $55 million nationwide. In my district, this could mean that additional small community water systems may receive money to construct upgrades in order to provide access to safe, reliable, and clean drinking water. Under the Safe Drinking Water Act, the federal government funds the state revolving fund, which gives states the ability to provide loans and financing for priority drinking water projects. Current law allows states to use up to 35% of those funds to provide funding in the forms of grants rather than loans. This provision has been critical to helping low-income communities that don't have money to repay a loan, but who still need to increase access to clean water. Clean water is a right and not a privilege for the few. No household should have to worry about the quality of their drinking water because their community is unable to afford necessary upgrades. My amendment today would also bring the Safe Drinking Water Act in line with the Biden administration's Justice 40 initiative, which aims to deliver 40% of the benefits of federal investments to disadvantaged communities. This amendment is about equity and ensuring that every American has the ability to turn on their faucet and access clean, safe drinking water. In my district, the Safe Drinking Water Act has provided funding to critical projects, just such as extending drinking water lines to St. Anthony Mobile Home Park for farm workers and other parks in Mecca and Thermal. In fiscal year 20, with the federal drinking water revolving funds monies, California provided over $45 million in additional subsidies for public water systems serving disadvantaged communities. Based on that allocation, this amendment would make roughly $6 million extra in California available to subsidize drinking water improvements in under-resourced communities. That money could be the difference for several ongoing projects to bring clean drinking water to the eastern Coachella Valley and other locations, the difference between clean water and a public health hazard. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back my time.
Thank the gentleman. Does anyone else want to speak on the Ruiz amendment to the Ains? All right, well, hearing none, we'll go to a vote on the Ruiz amendment. All those in favor of the Ruiz amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, all those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there, well, we kind of see if there's a Republican amendment, if there is first. Is there any Republican amendment? Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley, does the clerk have the McKinley amendment to the Ains?
What's the title?
Number 8.
Number 18, Madam
8.
Clerk? Oh, 8.
8, yes.
You have it? Okay, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print for HR 3291, offered by Mr. McKinley of West Virginia.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from West Virginia is recognized for
Mr. Chair.
5 minutes.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you again.
Oh, I'm sorry, does you, want to raise a point of
I
order?
wish to reserve a point of order.
Mr. Tonko raises a point of order. Reserves a point of order, I'm sorry. Mr. McKinley?
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Chairman. And I like the ranker. I support much of this. We're just trying to perfect this so that we can reach a level of where we could accept this. But this amendment, trying to perfect it, would strike sections 201 and 205 of the Aqua Act, and which would repeal the cost-benefit rate requirement and strike the existing variances available to small water systems. As I mentioned in my opening remark, the cost-benefit ratio is an important part of any decision-making process in business or in government. It justifies the expenditures. So I can't grasp, Mr. Chairman, why Congress would want to ignore the cost-benefit ratio as it has existed. If we use an example that back in 2012, President Obama wanted to reduce the particulate matter from 15 to 12 micrograms per cubic meter. That's just a difference of 3 micrograms, but we needed to understand the justification, the cost-benefit ratio. So we looked at what does that do to try to understand 3 micrograms per cubic meter, and Chairman, we concluded that if you filled the entire Empire State Building, every square foot of floor, hallways, doorway, bathrooms, everything in the Empire State Building, filled it with ping pong balls. Every one. And then you go down to the first floor and take 1 ping pong ball out of the Empire State Building. 1 ping pong. That's the equivalent of 3 micrograms per cubic meter. And this is an immeasurable improvement that would have cost billions for manufacturers and utilities and resulting in higher utility bills. It was dropped. Now, the same goes for drinking water regulations. State and local communities don't have the same level of funding available to them. For example, you heard earlier that Representative Ms. Eshoo from California 18. She represents the second wealthiest district in Congress out of 435. Second wealthiest. But yet my district ranks 372nd. And Carol Miller down in the 3rd District of West Virginia, it's 423rd. The idea of these small system variances, towns like Shinnston, West Virginia, that Congressman Tonko was able to visit, they shouldn't be held to the same technology or the process as towns like Newark or Albany, New York. The tiered system of one size fits all will not work. If they can reach the same goal as the large system, providing clean water, why is Washington telling these smaller water systems how to do it? Small communities will find a way to achieve that goal, but perhaps in a way that they can afford to do it. Small systems operators shouldn't have, they want to ensure that they're providing that quality water. That's what their customers want. They care about their customers. So this idea of eliminating this provision just proves how arrogant Washington can be, that Washington knows best. Saying that these customers will get lesser quality water is insulting to the healthcare workers in the state and those relative counties. Remember, the small system variance is not permanent. It must be granted by the EPA or the state health officials on an annual basis. And they cannot get one unless the water quality meets or exceeds the federal standards. But perhaps it uses a different technology that they can afford to implement. So, Mr. Chairman, I support this amendment, and I would ask for a recorded vote at the appropriate time. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I move to strike the last word to speak in opposition to his amendment. The amendment would undo one of the most important changes that this bill seeks to make, and that's the change that ensures our drinking water standards will be as protective as feasible and empowers EPA to set much-needed standards. Instead, this McKinley amendment would keep in place the standard-setting process under the Safe Drinking Water Act that has failed to work, in my opinion, for the last 25 years. it may be that, on that list you're saying of, who's rich or poor, that you're, low on the list, but it's beautiful there, and we love everyone there. We don't want them to possibly have a lesser standard and be drinking water that they shouldn't be. So the bill aims to empower EPA to set much-needed drinking water standards and aims to ensure those standards are health-based. Costs would still be considered because it is built into the assessment of what standard is feasible. But this amendment, on the other hand, would ensure that cost-benefit analysis reigns supreme and that feasible public health protections can be weakened. And that's not what I want to see. Cost-benefit analysis has been shown over the years to be a flawed tool that overcounts costs and fails to capture benefits, especially when the benefits would help environmental justice communities. And for too long, our landmark environmental laws have failed to ensure the health and well-being of environmental justice communities. The outside role given to cost-benefit analysis is one of the reasons why. So I want to just give one example of how cost-benefit analysis undervalues benefits for environmental justice communities. One of the most important benefits of any environmental protection is lives saved. Unfortunately, in calculating the monetary value of lives saved to balance that value against the cost of regulatory compliance, statisticians use something called the value of a statistical life, and they calculate that value using things like the increase in wages workers receive for taking on jobs with higher fatality risks. Because of our long history of systematic racism, that statistic produces a lower value of statistical life for people of color. So I don't, again, the concern here is not to put too much emphasis on the cost-benefit analysis, because we have to ensure that our drinking water standards protect the public health, and it doesn't matter, whether you're in West Virginia or you're in Newark or wherever you are, we want to make sure that the health of people when they drink water is safe, and for that reason, I would ask members to reject this amendment and pass the bill to ensure that the Safe Drinking Water Act is primarily about safety. And I yield back. Does anyone else want to speak on the McKinley amendment? Dr. Ruiz, you have your hand up, or that's from the last one? I think it must be from the last one. All right. All right, then we're going to go, but you asked for, Mr. McKinley asked for a recorded vote, so we'll just go to the recorded vote. Recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the McKinley amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll. Again, unmute yourself so we can hear you, and give your state as you repeat your name. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes
Am I unmuted?
no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eschew.
Eschew of California votes no.
Ms. Eschew votes no. Ms. DeGette.
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
No.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield, no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Was he eating?
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
No.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
There goes Mark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes yes.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas.
Votes no.
I heard him say no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey. Mr. VC votes no. Ms. Custer?
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Barragan?
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin?
Mr. McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran?
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice?
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig?
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier?
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher from Texas votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rodgers? Mrs. Rodgers votes aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger?
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long?
Let me unmute myself here. Aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen?
Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson?
Hudson votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg?
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter?
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan?
Duncan, aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer?
Palmer, aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn?
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis?
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko?
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence?
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw?
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Mr. Chairman.
How am I recorded? Congressman Welch?
Mr. Welch is not recorded.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr.
How am I
Welch
recorded?
votes no.
Woman Kelly?
Ms. Kelly is not recorded.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could I ask the clerk to ask for those who have not been recorded?
Yes. Run through it again.
Mr. Burgess, Mr. Scalise, and Mr. Griffith. Mr. Scalise votes aye.
Is there anyone else who hasn't been recorded in person or virtually who would like to vote on the McKinley Amendment? How comes Dr. Schreier is coming in? Oh, you already voted? Oh, she voted virtually? Dr. Schreier, okay. All right, so if that's it, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 25 and the nays were 31.
The vote is 25 ayes to 30 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to.
31. 31 noes.
31? Okay, let me start again. So the vote is 25 ayes to 31 noes, and that's the McKinley Amendment, is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? We'll go back to the Democrats. Gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingle.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone. I have an amendment at the desk to the Ains.
The clerk have that amendment?
Yes.
Okay, the clerk will report the Dingle Amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print for H.R. 3291, offered by...
And without objection, the reading of the Dingle Amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank both you and Chairman Tonko for your leadership on H.R. 3291, the Assistance, Quality, and Affordability Act, or as we're calling it, the Aqua Act. It includes very important provisions on improving the nation's water infrastructure, drinking water safety, and affordability. The amendment I'm offering today would aim to make this important bill even stronger. It builds on language my colleagues, Representative Tlaib, Representative Blunt Rochester, and I have authored as part of, give me a second here, as part of the Water Debt Relief Act that is included in this overall bill. My amendment would make 2 important additions to help assist families nationwide living day to day in the grip of growing water and debt crisis, and improve the transparency for the emergency water debt relief program the bill establishes. First, the amendment would create important discretion and flexibility for water systems to use some of the provided funds from this program for costs associated with reconnecting or restoring water service, including plumbing repairs and pipe flushing as needed for eligible residential customers. You cannot believe when these pipes people's water has been shut off and they can't afford the plumber to come in and turn it back on, and the kinds of incidences that occur. So this provision is important to those families who have had their water shut off and would help reconnect water lines to the communities that need it the most. Our bill, the Water Debt Relief Act, establishes a residential emergency relief program for public water systems through the Environmental Protection Agency. It would specifically authorize $4 billion in funding for emergency water debt relief, allowing utilities to forgive any debt incurred by eligible residential customers. Many in frontline communities since the start of COVID-19 pandemic, so that those customers struggling with water debt costs can retain that access to water service. We've also written this bill to include some important conditions to ensure the taps are not turned off to anyone. And the other important part of this is that the Republicans talk about the need for transparency. We would establish new requirements for EPA to report to Congress on implementation of the emergency water debt relief program this bill creates. So we have the transparency and can track the efficiency of the program. Water is a human right. Our bill and the overall bill we're marking up today would embody this creed. No American should worry about whether they have water to drink or proper water for their bathrooms and sewage. This simple but meaningful amendment will make the underlying bill better, and I beg my colleagues to consider supporting this. Again, I'd like to thank the ENC leadership and staff for working so collaboratively to help us advance this meaningful legislation and craft this important amendment. Thank you, Mr.
Would the gentlewoman yield for?
Yes.
I just wanted to thank you and the Michigan delegation in general for, looking at all this very practically and coming up with practical solutions for people, because that's not always the case, but it certainly has been true for you and the other members of the delegation. So thank you, and yield back to you.
Well, no, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for your leadership. Unfortunately, there just too many people can't afford their water. And it's not a Michigan problem. We've highlighted it. It's a national program, and a national problem. And I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman yields back. Anyone want to speak on the Dingle Amendment? Nobody virtually either? All right, then we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the Dingle Amendment will signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed will signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Is there a further amendment on the Republican side?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Curtis, does the clerk have the Curtis amendment?
What's the title?
The title or the label or the number?
FC Amendment.
Number,
Amendment 3.
it's,
Yes.
3.
I have it.
You have it? Thanks. All right, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print for H.R. 3291 offered.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Oh, is there a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman reserves
I wish to reserve a point of order.
a point of order, and Mr. Curtis is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I begin by thanking you for bringing us to this room for the hearing today. I've been on the committee almost 7 months, and this is my first time in the room. And besides getting used to my colleagues all behind me when I speak to them, I'm delighted to be here. H.R. 3291 creates a new federal program authorized at $4 billion to pay late dues to water utilities dating back to March of 2020 and bars efforts to encourage payment of bills for 5 years. My amendment would strike both of these provisions. In Utah, right now, we are experiencing what some have called the largest drought in our state's history. It's certainly a significant drought. To conserve water, utilities implement various tools to incentivize or disincentivize water use. I remember as mayor, a local entity was given free water. When we restricted their water use and started charging them, miraculously, they started using less water. If people aren't financially liable for their water bills, they have no reason to help conserve water, undermining any efforts by local utilities or government to combat drought. Clearly, I would like to associate myself with my colleagues who have expressed interest and desire to help those who are unable to pay their water bills. But this bill prevents any water utility from taking steps to incentivize individuals to pay their water bills for 5 years. While this bill seeks to solve the issues of paying water bills, it creates another by incentivizing water use without limits. The ban on water bill collection makes no distinction between those who are low income, unemployed, or wealthy. We're currently experiencing a 2.7 unemployment rate in Utah right now. I am all for targeted relief for those who need it most. But if this bill were signed into law, there would be no reason for anybody to pay their water bill for 5 years. Further, and I hope my colleagues will please listen to this unintended consequences, local municipalities pay for water infrastructure through fees. By disallowing them or making them unable to collect these fees, we severely undermine their ability to build the infrastructure that we've talked about so much today. Those that are familiar with municipal bonding will understand that you cannot get a bond with an unreliable stream of income. This bill's unintentional consequence makes it near impossible for municipalities to bond for water infrastructure because they can't count on a reliable stream of income. Additionally, over the last year, Congress spent $4 billion on drinking water rate assistance, $500 million in the omnibus, and $3.5 billion in the American Rescue Plan. This bill doubles the amount of funds for water bill subsidies from $4 billion to $8 billion. I think it's worth noting that there are also countless state, local, and privately run programs to help individuals with their water bills who need it throughout the country. Ranking Member Rodgers sent a letter to the administration asking how this $4 billion was spent and prioritized. She still has not received an explanation. Yet today we're ready to spend another $4 billion without knowing how that first $4 billion was spent. My amendment strikes both of these provisions from the bill. I support a conversation about targeted relief for those who need it, but this is not the right approach and will result in clear unintended consequences. Now, Mr. Chairman, if I may quote you, I'm not sure anybody's being convinced here, and I greatly respect this committee's time, so it's my intent to withdraw my bill. Hopefully, my colleagues have listened to my point and will work with me to try to do away with these unintended consequences of the bill. And with that, I yield my time.
Thank the gentleman from Utah. Anybody on the, Mr. Tonko, you had your hand up or something? Did you want to respond?
I was going to speak to the in opposition to the amendment, but
all right.
withdrew.
Gentleman's recognized.
He withdrew.
Oh, he withdrew.
What's that? Oh, Mr. Curtis, you withdrew the amendment? Yes. Oh, okay.
It sounds like you're making my point that I'm not sure I was listened to well.
I was listening. No, I was listening to the substance of what you say, but I didn't hear you.
I'll take your word for that.
Well, Mr. Doyle, of course, will always, notice when someone withdraws something. So, all right, thank you. Thank the gentleman. All right, do we have any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Barragan, the gentlewoman from California, do you have, the clerk have her amendment?
Yes.
All right, the clerk will report the Barragan amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print for H.R. 3291, offered by Ms. Barragan of California.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment requires a study by the Government Accountability Office to evaluate the financial status of water systems servicing disadvantaged and environmental justice communities with fewer than 50,000 people. The goal is to make sure these water systems have the financial and management capabilities to adequately serve the people under their jurisdiction. Clean and affordable water is a top priority for all of us. Small water systems in disadvantaged communities and environmental justice communities often do not have technical expertise or staff to take advantage of federal funds or funding to pay back loans or debt service on capital projects. In 2018, this problem arose in my district in Compton, where residents had brown water coming out of their faucets. This was environmental injustice. The Sativa water system, responsible for serving 1,600 homes in Compton, was plagued by years of poor management, instability, infrastructure backlogs, and a water board unresponsive to ratepayers' concerns. Los Angeles County had to take over control of the water system and address the brown water and infrastructure issues. However, this problem isn't limited to Sativa. In southern Los Angeles County, there are 57 separate water systems. Of those, 29 are water systems serving disadvantaged communities of anywhere from 350 to 50,000 people. These systems have severe needs for infrastructure improvements, water treatment, and technical assistance. Many small and disadvantaged urban communities around the country face these similar concerns. We need better information about the financial health of these water systems to identify which systems are so distressed that they are failing to provide consumers with clean or affordable water. By studying a representative sample of these systems across the country and identifying the challenges they face, this GAO report can provide our committee, as well as EPA, with information on the struggles disadvantaged systems are facing. The report will also provide policy recommendations, best practices, and guidelines on encouraging the consolidation of small water systems when appropriate. It was a necessary step for Sativa in my district. Far too many ratepayers are facing the same struggles and shortcomings with their water systems. It's a major obstacle to providing clean and affordable water for all. This study will help us more fully understand the scale of the problem and how consolidation can help to address those issues. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. Does anyone else want to speak on this? The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. You know, we've reviewed this amendment, and I recognize that it's offered in good faith. I think there is a concern about the potential adverse impact that this may have on the smaller, on the rural, low-income water systems. I just want to get that onto the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak on the Barragan amendment? If not, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the Barragan amendment will signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed will say no.
No.
Any of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments on the Republican side? All right. We still have Mr. Halloran has an amendment.
Thank you.
Does the clerk have the Halloran amendment? O'Halloran?
Yes.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print for H.R. 3291, offered by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, And the gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman and for holding this important markup, water legislation that affects so many families in Arizona's 1st District. Mr. Chairman, as you and many of our colleagues here know, tribal communities across our nation face disproportionate barriers when it comes to accessing the water and sanitation facilities infrastructure most Americans overlook as a given. It is estimated that over 100,000 homes on tribal lands lack access to running water and adequate sanitation infrastructure. On the Navajo Nation, much of which exists in Arizona's 1st District, roughly 30% of the population lacks access to running water at all. COVID-19 has made this disparity even more clear. Over the past year, tribal communities experienced some of the highest per capita COVID-19 infection rates in the country. In May of 2020, the Navajo Nation became the global hotspot for the virus, and lack of clean, accessible running water and sanitation systems only helped this deadly virus spread faster. This is unacceptable. It is something that this committee must address. This year, along with my friend Congressman Don Young, I reintroduced legislation to allocate $2.6 billion in funding to the Indian Health Service Sanitation Facilities Construction Program to construct and improve critical sanitation projects and to deliver clean drinking water to our tribes. Deemed non-germane, I am very disappointed that this important legislation was ineligible for inclusion in today's markup. I know how much the chairman cares about the needs of the Indian country. Mr. Chairman, I hope you will assist me in making this amendment germane in the final package. Thank you. I will withdraw my amendment. Together, we will ensure that water and sanitation needs a long overlooked tribal communities are not left to the back burner. Thank you. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. I know you've withdrawn the amendment because of germaneness, but perhaps as we move to the floor, we can address it since it's in another committee. So I think that's it for. Oh, does someone want to speak? Mr. Crenshaw, the gentleman from Texas, is recognized. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and just speak on the underlying bill, and I appreciate your recognition. I just want to disabuse ourselves of the assumption that Republicans don't want to protect the public from high lead concentrations. We want to work together on this. It becomes difficult because the Biden administration has rolled back the lead and copper rule, saying it didn't go far enough. And I want to correct the record on this and get something straight. The Trump administration eliminated the off-ramps. Previously, if an entity found themselves subject to the lead and copper rule, there was virtually no requirement for it to be enforced because there were plenty of loopholes to slip through. The Trump administration ended this practice, and I'm surprised the Biden administration has rolled this back. And I'm also surprised that we haven't seen any changes to this legislation since the EPA came to testify. I thought there were some good lessons learned from the last hearing. For instance, there's still no requirements for reporting of costs under this fund. So if the majority of the money ends up going to surveying of lead service line locations or administrative costs, it doesn't matter. There's still no flexibility included in remediation either. It's either full replacement and nothing else. And there's no prioritization of communities that are at the greatest risk. So again, I believe this is irresponsible policymaking. Instead of building a targeted program that would replace the service lines, we're going to cross our fingers and hope the money gets where it needs to go, and I think we can just do a lot better. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else want to speak on the Ains? Otherwise, we're going to proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3291 as amended will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Did somebody it? Nobody is.
yes, I request, on the non-final passage.
Okay, then we're gonna, all right, so in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. And and the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended is agreed to. So now the question occurs unfavorably reporting H.R. 3291 as amended to the full House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 3291 as amended to the House will signify by saying aye.
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 And all those opposed will say no.
Mr. Chair.
You want a recorded vote?
Please.
On this one? Okay. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting H.R. 3291 as amended to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no. And again, if you're virtual, please use your state as the clerk calls your name. And yeah, this is on final passage. Everyone understands that? Okay. Clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush,
Rush of Illinois votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo,
Eshoo of California votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette,
Aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle, Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky, Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield,
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui,
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor,
Aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes,
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney, Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch,
Welch of Vermont votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko,
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark, Mr. Schrader,
Schrader votes aye.
Ms. Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas,
Aye, from California.
Cardenas, would you repeat that?
Cardenas from California, aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz,
Ruiz from California votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters,
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle, Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey, Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer,
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly,
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bedegan,
Bedegan votes aye.
Ms. Bedegan votes aye. Mr. McEachin, Ms. Blunt Rochester,
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto,
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran,
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice,
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig,
Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier,
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan,
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher,
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rodgers, Mrs. Rodgers votes no. Mr. Upton, Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess, Mr. Scalise, Mr. Latta, Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley, Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger,
Kinzinger, no.
Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith, Mr. Bilirakis, Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long?
No.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon?
Bouchon votes no.
Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Hudson?
Hudson votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg?
Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter?
Carter votes no.
No.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan?
Duncan from South Carolina, no.
Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer?
Palmer, Alabama, no.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn?
Dunn votes no.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis?
Curtis votes no.
Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko?
Lesko votes no.
Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence?
Pence votes no.
Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw?
Crenshaw votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong?
No.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone in New Jersey votes yes.
Chairman Pallone votes yes.
Mr. Scalise votes no.
Mr. Scalise votes no.
Anyone else?
Yes.
What? Well, we can ask him again. You want to, we see him on the screen. He's on the screen.
Mr. Mullen's not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, this is Makeisha of, Mr. Chairman, this is Makeisha of Virginia. How am I recorded?
Well, let's go to Mr. Mullen because I can see him. Mark Wayne, how do you want to vote? There's a hearers, huh? Mr. Mullen, you didn't hear how he voted? Nobody did?
His voice, I didn't hear his vote.
Oh, he's back. He's back. Mr. Mullen, how do you want to vote?
While you comment about the existing.
Mullen votes no.
Mullen votes no.
Mr. Mullen votes no.
And then you have
If that's the case,
McEachin.
can you how will we?
Mr. McEachin, how do you vote?
Makeisha votes yes.
Mr. McEachin votes yes.
Does anyone else want to vote who's not recorded? You see anybody else? I think that's it unless, all right, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 32 and the nays were 24.
32 to 24. Did you have someone else?
No.
Okay. So the vote is 32 ayes to 24 noes. HR 3291 as amended is reported to the full House.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
pursuant to Clause 2L of Rule 11, I intend to file views for inclusion in the report to the House on this legislation and ask for 2 additional days to file such views.
Without objection, so ordered. And now we're going to move to the next bill. The chair calls up HR 3293, the Low Income Water Customer Assistance Programs Act of 2021, as forwarded by the Subcommittee on Environment, and the clerk will report the bill.
Committee print showing the text of H.R. 3293 as forwarded by the Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change. Section
Without
1,
objection,
short title.
Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with, and the bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Now, let's start with members who would like to speak on the underlying bill. I guess I'll recognize myself first. I move to strike the last word to speak on the underlying bill, and I support this bill, and I want to thank my friend and colleague, the Congresswoman from Delaware, for her leadership on this legislation. We're very fortunate on this committee and this Congress that we have so many members that care deeply about access to safe and affordable drinking water. I know this bill has been developed in partnership with Representatives Dingell and Tlaib, and I want to thank all the bill sponsors for their work on this issue. The Low Income Water Customer Assistance Program Act would create a permanent assistance programs administered by EPA to help low-income customers afford their water bills. The programs would be similar to the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, or LIHEAP, which has been an essential safety net for struggling families. We were able to create an emergency program to provide this support during the COVID-19 pandemic at the end of last year, but the need is not going away, and neither should the support. As the regulatory agency with expertise in drinking water and wastewater, including the affordability of water standards, EPA has the knowledge and relationships to implement this program to ensure that all Americans have access to safe and affordable drinking water. EPA is also best suited to work with utilities and distribute the grant program efficiently. So I support this bill. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield the remainder of my time to the Congresswoman from Delaware, Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for inclusion of our bill in the markup today. Water affordability and reliable access to clean water are significant challenges that millions of households across our nation face every day. In almost every part of the country, more and more families are struggling to pay their utility bills, particularly in low-wealth communities and communities of color. As has been said, every person in this country deserves clean, reliable, and safe drinking water and sanitation services. It's fundamental. H.R. 3293, the Low-Income Water Customer Assistance Act of 2021, would provide much-needed relief for countless Americans in need. It would also help communities make crucial upgrades to our aging drinking water and wastewater infrastructure. Since the 1970s, 50 years ago, federal funding for water systems has fallen and upgrades are long overdue. Every year, we waste more than $6 billion to water leaks alone. And the Environmental Protection Agency estimates that maintaining and upgrading the nation's drinking water and wastewater systems will cost more than $750 billion over the next 20 years. Americans should not have to wait decades for clean and safe water. And as a country, we should not have to wait decades to meet the resiliency challenges of climate change. Access to water is a basic need that we can and should deliver to all Americans. I am proud to have introduced this legislation, this bipartisan legislation, with my Republican colleague from New York, Representative John Katko, and my Democratic colleagues under the strong leadership of Representative Debbie Dingell and Rashida Tlaib from Michigan. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman, and I yield back. Does anyone else, ranking members, recognized for 5 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I unfortunately oppose the introduced version of H.R. 3293, the Low-Income Water Customer Assistance Program, for a couple of reasons. First, this legislation creates a permanent new income support program at the Environmental Protection Agency. This would be the first entitlement program of any kind at EPA. EPA does not have the in-house experience or the infrastructure in place to carry out this program. Second, this legislation creates a two-tiered system for small drinking water systems and everyone else. Drinking water utilities serving 10,000 people or less have to go through their state to obtain funding if those systems must have 20% of their customers below poverty level. Any drinking or wastewater system larger than that gets money directly from the EPA, and there's no community poverty level requirement that governs eligibility. This bill also excludes aid to low-income persons and those on a disability unless it comes to them from a state, and only because their water utility serves an area with less than 10,000 persons and a poverty level of 20% or more. Third, the aid provided in this legislation is meant to be addictive to anything that already exists. Congress has already spent $4 billion on drinking water rate assistance. These amounts were for temporary programs, $500 million in the omnibus and $3.5 billion in reconciliation. That's a lot of money. We wrote to OMB the first week of February to find out what happened to all this money. And Mr. Chairman, without objection, I'd like to enter this letter into the record. So we wrote on February 4th. Okay.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 4 months later, no response. I asked Administrator Regan at our EPA budget hearing what happened to that money. No response. And then nothing 6 weeks later. We need to know how this money's being used in a short-term way before considering permanent authorizations. Fourth, the legislation focuses EPA and other public health departments on seeking out and maximizing the roles of people eligible for this program. Outreach and information is one thing, but active recruitment designed to ensure program need and maximize program participation raises questions on what the real purpose of the program is. Fifth, for those of my colleagues who think this program will cover the increased cost on water systems that are required by the Aqua Act, I would argue that trust is misplaced. Regulatory requirements are a certainty, but levels of an appropriation to cover those costs never are. In addition, using this program to cover those debt measures, you intend higher cost. You aren't concerned about the rising cost on working class and middle income Americans and small businesses. What's really happening is a federalizing of local utility pricing. Sixth, and most importantly, this bill established requirements for a grant awarding program while at the same time instructing EPA to study the water customer affordability problem to figure out what it is, how big it is, and the best ways to solve it. This seems like the most logical first step to take rather than a throwaway action done after the fact. This bill creates a separate, permanent program at EPA from the temporary one at Health and Human Services. It will spend twice the amount that has already been spent for this purpose, and there's no assurance that it will be successful. The intent of the bill is well-meaning, but there's many reasons to urge restraint. And I'm seeing I'm like way over. Oh, okay. Okay, very good. Just, okay. For those reasons, I urge opposition, and I yield back.
I thank the ranking member. Anyone else who wants to speak on the underlying bill? The gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. First, let me applaud the efforts of our colleagues, Representative Rochester, Katko, Dingell, and Tlaib. Certainly, it shows great sensitivity toward those ratepayers who are impacted by rising costs for water. It has been made abundantly clear here that it is a indeed essential commodity, one that speaks to every life and every job. Water is part of every life and every job. And I believe the Low-Income Water Customer Assistance Program Act will reflect the great success of the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, which has been very beneficial to households that, again, struggle to make payment for that essential commodity. I think also as we continue to see the injustice as it relates to the amount of federal assistance for our systems, our water systems, we need to be responsive to those households that are paying for that, that weak partnership from Washington. We even look at the comparison of contributions to transportation-related infrastructure as it relates to water infrastructure. It pales in comparison. We put much more percentage-wise into our transportation networks for the many, many reasons that there are difficulties for many to pay these bills. I, again, appreciate the efforts made by our colleagues here in establishing this low-income water customer assistance program, and with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I know we have some other speakers. Dr. Bouchon is recognized.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I want to agree with the ranking member on her comment about federalization. Again, going along with my initial statement at the beginning of this markup that we're letting local and state leaders off the hook for decades of ignoring this problem, both in urban and rural areas. And I think it's a mistake to also put this in the hands of the EPA. The EPA can barely do the job that they're tasked to do now on many issues, in fairness, because of maybe staffing shortages, but also the bureaucracy that's in place under administrations of both political parties. So I think it's, again, federalizing everything that we do in the United States is a mistake, and we need to allow our constituents, to hold local and state leaders accountable for the lack of attention to these issues. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. A gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingle is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman and my fellow committee members, as I mentioned at the subcommittee markup last week, this is a common sense bill that would make a real difference in the health and well-being of millions of families in every congressional district across the country. And I am pleased to be an original co-lead and a strong supporter of this effort. When the pandemic hit, before we knew about masks and we all got into the controversy of masks, the most important thing public health experts told us was to wash your hands. And it still remains the most important thing we can do, not only for COVID, but so many other public health crises. And there are too many people across the country who did not have running water in their homes. They didn't have bathrooms that worked. This is a crisis. This bill would establish a new permanent water assistance program through the EPA for low-income households to be able to access drinking water and wastewater services. For many decades now, we have had a similar program for energy. I wasn't here when it was created, the LIHEAP program, that has proven to be effective federal assistance to help manage costs associated with home energy bills, energy crises, weatherization, and energy-related minor home repairs. People shouldn't freeze to death in the winter. And we can and must do the same thing for something as vital to sustaining life as clean water. I question whether this should be at EPA. I say that to my colleagues, but I did a lot of research on it, did a lot of discussions with my colleagues who are co-sponsoring this, and housing this program under EPA, experts agreed that they've got the experience and the expertise with water systems, and that this would ensure a smooth implementation. Additionally, the effects of unpaid bills also impairs a water system's ability to maintain and improve its delivery system and infrastructure. So this is a win for our water utilities as well. I urge all of my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, to think about supporting this critical bill and to advance it favorably to the House floor without delay. I guess I'm reminded of Matthew, when I was thirsty, you gave me to drink. And I just don't think any person in America should not have access to clean, affordable drinking water. It's a fundamental human right that no one should be denied. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Anyone else who wants to speak on the underlying bill? No, it's a underlying bill? No?
Yeah, no, I do.
Yes, I don't think we have a Republican, so yes, the gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Okay. I just want, I don't, the passion that you just heard from Congresswoman Dingle is really well-deserved. You know, I've heard a lot of sympathy, and I don't disagree with it, for small water utilities. And, you know, to make sure that they get paid. That's, yes. But there are people who can't afford to pay their water bills in this country, in this richest country in the world. Water. And as she pointed out, we're telling people, wash your hands, wash your hands. You can't even afford water to come out of your spigot. Come on. We have to make sure that everyone has the ability to have the water that they need. This legislation will make sure that happens. This isn't about freeloaders. This isn't about people who somehow squandered money that they should have had for their water bill. This is about people who simply can't afford to pay, and let's help those people to make sure in this great rich country can have water, clean water, safe water, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Does anyone else want to speak on the underlying bill, either here in person or virtually? All right, then we're going to go to amendments. Are there amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Yes, the gentleman, do we have the gentleman's amendment?
It's number 3293 FC 2023-01.
Yes, sir, I have the amendment.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the committee print for H.R. 3293, offered by Mr. Duncan of South Carolina. Strike sections 2 and 3, page 24, strike lines 8 through 10, and section 4B.
Without
strike
objection,
administrative.
Madam Clerk, the reading of the Duncan amendment
Mr.
will be
Chairman, I reserve a point
dispensed
of
with. The
order.
gentlewoman from Colorado reserves a point of order. Mr. Duncan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I oppose the introduced version of H.R. 3293, the Low-Income Water Customer Assistance Program, for several reasons. I think our minds are already made up in this room, but what I would urge my colleagues to do is listen to some details about this particular program. As Ranking Member McMorris Rodgers said, let me reiterate that this would be the first aid program of its kind at the EPA. The first one. As we learned from Dr. McLean at the subcommittee hearing, EPA does not have the in-house experience or the infrastructure in place to even carry out this program. We also know that this legislation creates a two-tiered system for smaller, likely rural, poorer drinking water systems, and then one for everyone else. Any larger drinking or wastewater system can get its money directly from the EPA regardless of the poverty rate for its service territory. In addition, the aid provided under this legislation is meant to be additive to anything that already exists. Now, this seems odd if this new program is supposed to be the main water rate deferral program unless it's trying to preempt something that otherwise would limit it. Finally, and I think most importantly, this bill requires a national needs assessment while at the same time it instructs the EPA to study the water customer affordability problem to figure out what it is, how big it is, and the best ways to solve it. Let me reiterate that. This bill requires a national needs assessment while at the same time instructing the EPA to study the water customer affordability problem to figure out what it is, how big it is, and the best ways to solve it. Now, this just seems backwards to me. The most logical first step is to study this first rather than to do so after the fact. We don't even know how big the problem is. We all acknowledge there might be a problem, but we don't know how big it is. We don't know how widespread it is, and we're creating a new program at the EPA to do this. So my amendment would do just that. Let's study the problem first and then figure out how to fix the problem versus fixing a problem that we don't know all the details of, how big it is, how broad it is, et cetera. So it strikes the billing offset programs for drinking water and wastewater and puts the focus on figuring out the size and scope of the problem as well as the best way to attack it. Let's come up with a plan with information first before authorizing an $8 billion program and funding it. So, in addition, I have the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, carry out this study to ensure an experienced neutral party is both investigating as well as making recommendations. I know the underlying bill has EPA doing this, but I believe we cannot forget the EPA would not be just building this program from scratch, but also operating on its own for the first time without the personnel or logistics to do it, because they said so. They said so. I didn't say so. They said so. So I recognize the intent of the bill is well-meaning, and I might get to a point where I could support something like this, but I question whether this is the best way to handle this matter at this time. So billions of dollars in this kind of aid have already been handed out by someone other than the EPA. If EPA is going to be given a program like this, there needs to be a greater consideration of what its execution looks like. I believe that is the right way. This amendment is the right way to approach this subject. Study the problem, figure out how big it is, figure out how broad it is, what the scope is, maybe work with EPA during that time frame on their logistics, their needs, so they can manage the program. A vote for this amendment is a vote for the taxpayers and for responsible government. I'm not saying that we don't do this program down the road. That might be the responsible thing to do, but we don't even know. We're operating based on our passion and our understanding, and maybe we could change our mind if we knew how broadly the need was. So I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. Let's study the issue before we fund the issue and create a brand-new program, the EPA, that they say they can't handle right now. And with that, I'll yield back the balance of my time. And Mr. Chairman, I will request a recorded vote at the appropriate time.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Tonko is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. As we gather here, there are families that are struggling to pay those water bills. This substitute amendment would replace a much-needed rate assistance program with a study. A study will not help those struggling families pay their bills. The assistance programs are the point of the legislation and the reason it enjoys so much stakeholder support. The Association of Metropolitan Water Agencies, the National Association of Clean Water Agencies, even the U.S. Chamber of Commerce support this bill because it will provide much-needed funds for families and water systems. This amendment would leave nothing but a study. The GAO study could be requested by a letter. We don't need to pass a bill, but while I support doing this study so that we can perhaps ensure we are providing the most effective support as this permanent program moves forward, it is indeed no substitute for the actual support. So this amendment suggests that my Republican colleagues don't understand the struggles of the families across the country who have a hard time paying their bills. Families need help. They need help now, and I hope my Republican colleagues can understand that. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment so that we can get families the help they need with the passage of.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I think Republicans are sympathetic to the need of help for people paying their bills. But this is, I'm from the government, I'm here to help without even knowing what the problem, how big the problem is. In fact, the problem could be much broader than what you even think. We could need more than $8 billion. We have no idea. All I'm saying is let's study the issue. Let's allow the Government Accountability Office to actually give us the information, the details, before we have some sort of snap knee-jerk reaction to this need. And I'm not saying the need's not there. I'm not saying the need's not great. I'm saying we don't know.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm asking is let's do the study first, and then let's come back and have this conversation with the information and the knowledge, because it might be broader, it might need more money. We have no idea at this point. And with that, I'll yield back.
Well, to my friend from South Carolina, I only respond, let's start the program. If we need to further amend up, we will get there. But with that, I yield back.
Thank you. All right, we're on the Duncan Amendment, and oh yes, a Republican, anyone on the Republican side want to speak on the Duncan Amendment? If not, is there any, we do have virtually Ms. Rochester. The gentlewoman from Delaware is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word to speak in opposition.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually have a statement that's typed up and written up and beautiful. But I want to really just respond to some of the comments, the amendment, as well as some of the comments that have been stated. First of all, I'm very grateful to Ms. Dingle for her sharing what she shared about the intention of this bill, and that it really is to serve all of our constituents, regardless of zip code, income, community, where you come from. We all know you deserve the right to clean and reliable, safe drinking water and sanitation services. For me, this bill is personal because it goes back to years ago, over 20 years ago, seeing Delawareans in rural parts of my state that did not have access to clean drinking water. And I never forgot that. And coming to Congress, I'm so proud that we have an opportunity to do something that really will make a difference in people's lives. And a couple of the challenges that I've heard with this is that, number one, the concern about rural communities. Number two, a needs assessment, and that maybe we should do a study before. And then number three, that it's a new program. You know, as far as it being the concerns about a rural community, I come from a state where it's urban, suburban, and rural. So it's important to me that my legislation addresses my constituents in communities all over Delaware. It's critically important. And that's why I worked for the support and endorsement of the Rural Community Assistance Partnership on this legislation. And at this point, I'd like to offer a letter of the Rural Community Assistance Partnership of support into the record.
Do we have that letter? Send it electronically? Or, I mean, we should have it before we. Yeah, we can add it at the end. Or we'll add it at the end.
Okay, thank you. And then the second thing about the needs assessment, again, we tried to really do broad-based outreach. The National and the Water Environment Federation, the American Water Works Association, the Association of Metropolitan Water Agencies, the Rural Community Assistance Partnership have all done surveys and documented the need. We know the need, but I'm so glad one of my colleagues said the great thing about this bill is when we get to the needs assessment, we'll find out if the need is even greater. We know the need. We know that every minute that we wait, the need grows. And so the bill in its current form will ensure that if we don't delay, that we will also have the opportunity to measure. And then the last item is that the program is new. Having been a person who worked in state government, county government, and also on the federal level, I know that we are constantly doing new programs because we're trying to meet the needs in real time of our constituents. This is new, this is different, this is bold, and I'm so proud of it because we have an opportunity to do something that will directly impact our constituents. So I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill that has broad-based support, that has many stakeholders who have been included, and that comes at a time when we are still in a pandemic. People need this support now more than ever. I thank you. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, to support our bill. And again, thank you so much to the leadership of Chairman Tonko, Chairman Pallone, Debbie Dingell, Representative Katko, and Representative Tlaib, and all of those constituents who are waiting for this help. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. We're on the Jeff Duncan amendment. Does anyone else? Yes, gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Prior to being in Congress and prior to running a think tank, I worked for 2 international engineering companies, and this reminds me of something we used to kind of jokingly say during the time that I've worked for the engineering company. There's always time, there's never time to do it right, there's always time to do it over. And this is so typical of what Congress and the federal government does. We create a program, we don't take the time to evaluate the need, we don't take time to make sure that we design the program to meet the need. We just create a program and we throw money at it. And then when they screw things up, we throw more money at it. You know, there's a lot of talk about the lack of bipartisanship. Mr. Duncan has introduced a sensible amendment to do a study and in an engineering perspective, make sure that we design an effective and efficient program to meet the needs. I grew up dirt poor. My grandparents cooked with a wood stove. We got water out of a well. I understand that. Are you listening, Mr. Chairman? I'd appreciate the chairman's attention. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr.
I know that was an engaging conversation, but I would appreciate your attention to this.
I'm sorry.
These are serious matters. And my point is, the points made by my colleagues on the Democrat side of the aisle are important points. But Mr. Duncan's amendment is a reasonable amendment. All that we're asking is before we create another federal program for an agency that's admitted they don't have the capacity to do the program, is to take the time to do a serious, comprehensive analysis and make sure that we design an effective and efficient program, and not do what we do so often in Congress, is create a program, throw money at it, and if it screws up, throw more money at it. So with that,
Would the gentleman
I support the
yield to
gentleman's
me a minute?
I yield.
I mean, look, I understand where you're coming from, but I want you to know that we have spent a lot of time analyzing this, and we do feel that there is a great need. And believe me, whether it's Ms. Dingle or it's Ms. Tlaib or it's the other, members from Michigan, they just constantly, talk to us about this and provide us with information about the problem nationwide. So, I mean, I'm sure whatever we've done is not going to satisfy you, that we've done enough to show the need, but I didn't want you to think that we haven't spent a tremendous amount of time trying to figure this out, because we have. But I'll yield back to the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman. I yield to Mr. Duncan.
I thank the gentleman for that. And look, I'm not trying to derail this effort. Ronald Reagan once said that the closest thing to everlasting life here on earth, I think, was a government program. And we're creating a new one for an agency that says they don't have the ability to administer this program at this time. And Mr. Chairman, it's not just Michigan. You may have heard from the Michigan delegation, but affordability of water probably is nationwide. I know I'm from South Carolina, but we're a rural state. I represent a lot of poverty in South Carolina. People that probably need some assistance with their water. But we pass legislation like we just did a few minutes ago out of this committee, and we pass it out of Congress that requires and puts requirements on water systems to do certain things that cost them money. The federal government doesn't always provide that money for those water systems or the municipalities to do that. So we pass legislation requiring them to do things that drive their cost up. They have to pass those costs on to somebody that ends up being the consumer. So we're creating a problem with that legislation, and then we're funding the problem with this legislation. That is not what government is supposed to do, create a problem and then throw money at it and subsidize it. We're acknowledging that there may be an issue, broad issue across the nation where people need more affordable water or maybe government subsistence to help. We're not poo-pooing this program. What we're saying is let's study it. Let's see how broad it may be. It may be much broader than the authors of this legislation even know. And that's the thing, we don't know, because we're not taking the necessary time before we spend $8 billion of our taxpayer money. People work hard for their money, and we're taking it, $8 billion, and we're giving a program the agency said they can't even run, and we don't even know how broad the program is. That is the issue that I'm trying to address, and that's why we need a study before we pass another bill that creates another government program and funds it at $8 billion. And with that, I'll yield back to the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman, and I'm going to just strike the last word and yield myself 5 minutes. Yeah. Look, I'm not looking to belabor this, but we all know for the last 3 or 4 months around here, there's been efforts on behalf of the president, the vice president, Senate, House, to come to a bipartisan agreement on an infrastructure bill. I don't know whether we're going to get there or not. Media keeps talking about it every day. I think the president is really going out of his way to try to achieve a bipartisan bill on infrastructure, and that includes not only surface transportation but the things within our jurisdiction. We have the Lift America Act. We had the Moving Forward Act that passed in the last Congress that includes not only transportation issues but water issues, both in the Transportation Committee and in this committee, brownfields, electricity, grid upgrade, broadband, a number of things. I don't know, and it's not just bricks and mortar, it's also assistance programs. So when we talk about broadband, I was at the White House with Ms. Rodgers and our Senate equivalents, Mr. Doyle was there. We were not just talking about broadband build-out, we were talking about helping people connect with the build-out or buy a computer or be trained to use the computer. So all these things are necessary, whether it's water, whether it's broadband, whatever, whether it's hazardous waste, whatever, that are within this committee's jurisdiction. Bottom line is that if we want to move on this jobs infrastructure agenda, which I know everybody does to some extent, some don't want to spend as much as others, we have to have an authorizing bill, which is what this committee is doing. But at the same time, we have to have money. And, I don't know how much money ultimately is going to be part of this, jobs infrastructure package. It may be that we come to an agreement, bipartisan, bicameral. It may be that we have to go the reconciliation route. Who knows, right? All these things are happening at the same time. But the bottom line is that this bill is an effort to try to address the affordability issue for water, drinking water, in the same way the previous bill, the Aqua Act, was an effort to achieve the bricks and mortar part. And, we're going to try to get this out of committee, send it to the floor. We'll see what happens. But I don't want you to think, I know that the amount of money is, even though that's in this bill, that could be more or less depending where we go with this bipartisan larger infrastructure package. But at this point, the bill that we're presenting today has been well thought out, both the Aqua Act, the bricks and mortar, as well as this affordability issue. It's been well thought out. We think the EPA can handle it. You guys disagree, I understand, but I don't want you to think that we're not thinking about this, and you got to look at it in the broader context of what ultimately may happen on a bipartisan, bicameral basis. This is our piece of it. This is the energy commerce piece of it. So with that, I'll yield back. Does anyone else want to speak or on the Duncan amendment? All right, then.
Chairman, I'll withdraw my reservation.
You withdraw your reservation. Gentlewoman withdraws her point of order. So we'll move to a vote on the Duncan amendment.
Chairman, I just go ahead and ask for a roll call vote.
Oh, you want a recorded vote? Okay, we'll go right to that. All right, a recorded vote is ordered on the Duncan amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette.
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Butterfield. Butterfield votes no. Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Mr. Schrader.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
We do have hearings. Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Peters votes no. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
Miss Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Miss Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Miss Rice.
Rice votes no.
Miss Rice votes no. Miss Craig.
Craig from Minnesota votes no.
Miss Craig votes no. Miss Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Miss Schreier votes no. Miss Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Miss Trahan votes no. Miss Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Miss Fletcher votes no.
Schakowsky votes no.
Miss Schakowsky votes no. Mrs. Rodgers. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger's aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes yes.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Palmer, Alabama, aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Miss Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Miss Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone, New Jersey votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Mr. Chairman, this is Donald McEachin of Virginia. How am I recorded?
How is the gentleman recorded?
Mr. McEachin is not recorded.
How do you wish to vote?
McEachin votes no, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
Mr.
you.
McEachin votes no.
The ranking member,
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Rodgers.
Votes aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Rodgers votes aye.
Who is that, Mr. Rush?
Mr. Chairman, this is Rush of Illinois. How am I recorded?
You're not. How do you want to vote?
Well, I don't like those little
Chairman,
baby, give you
Rush
half
votes
the amount
no.
for twice the price.
Mr. Rush votes no.
I think it's
Mr. Schrader of Oregon?
Mr. Schrader votes yes. No, excuse me. No.
Mr. Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no.
Does anyone else wish to be recorded? This is the Duncan Amendment. Anyone else, virtually or otherwise? Ms. Clark is trying to vote. Is she recorded? Is Ms. Clark of New York recorded?
I have Ms. Clark as voting aye.
Ms. Clark, you're recorded as voting aye, meaning you're supporting the Duncan Amendment.
Oh, please, Mr. Chairman, I spoke incorrectly. Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Okay.
Ms. Clark votes no.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Anyone else want to be recorded or change their vote? All right, if not, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 32 and the nays were 24.
Now, wait a minute. This is the Duncan Amendment.
No. I'm sorry about that.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 24 and the nays were 32.
All right. So the vote on the Duncan amendment is 24 ayes to 32 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, has an amendment. Does the clerk
Chairman, I have an
have that
amendment.
one?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will report the Crenshaw amendment.
Amendment to the committee print for 3293, offered by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas. Strike sections 2 and 3.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seek to make a point here, somewhat similar to Mr. Duncan. There's a difference in philosophy in how we regulate and in certainly how we see welfare programs or entitlement programs. You know, it is not the case that just because one regulation is good, that 10 must be better. But that seems to be how Washington regulates. And it is not the case that because one welfare program is good, then 10 more must be better. But that is indeed how our welfare system works. Our goal should be to simplify entitlement programs for the poor, not make them apply to yet another agency for yet another program. And then on top of that, be in a state of dependence, wherein making more money puts you out of eligibility for that program. But I want to draw attention to a deeper problem. We can't even talk about affordability unless we have water infrastructure. And I want to talk about unincorporated communities, which would be left out of this program and left out of a lot of federal funding that has created water infrastructure in the past. So Tamina, this is a historically black community in Montgomery County, Texas. It's about 10 miles outside my district, has had ongoing issues with ever getting any new water infrastructure built. Majority of homes don't have running water. Mr. Chairman, we are not in order. The room is not in order. Mr. Chairman, can we get the hearing room in order, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. The gentleman has the floor. Please proceed.
A majority of homes in Tamina don't have running water. The majority of homes don't have sewage. Few do have septic tanks. There's no storm sewers, and the historic cemetery often floods as a result. Unfortunately, it's not uncommon for sewage to be seen in the streets. My colleague, Congressman Kevin Brady, has been tirelessly working on getting water access to this community for years, but the federal programs that are intended to help these communities don't. The major problem is that federal funding is prioritized to urban areas while unincorporated areas get left out. And you don't have to look far to see that it's not an anomaly. Another unincorporated area near the Houston airport, Bordersville, also has an ongoing issue with access. They just don't have the sewage or water. So it doesn't matter if they get extra funding to pay for it because it doesn't exist. To make matters worse, I don't see how this bill would help unincorporated communities. Neither the definition of small community serving water systems or community water systems would include unincorporated areas as eligible entities. So even if Tamina or Bordersville had their infrastructure solved tomorrow, Mr. Chairman, we are still not in order.
I think the staff are the ones that are talking. Can I ask the staff to...
Maybe the staff could go somewhere else.
Yeah, please, guys, either don't speak or go, back to the cloakroom. The gentleman has the floor.
And so, look, my final point is this. If we're going to talk about access, we have to talk about access in fact and not just in theory. We have to have the water infrastructure in place in order to worry about paying the bills. And that's where our focus should be. That's where we know there are problems with unincorporated communities. And my amendment would study this issue and allow us to rethink how we're solving the problem rather than go back to the way things have always been. Now, I will say I'm withdrawing the amendment for the sake of efficiency and time. My goal is to bring attention to this and hope that this committee can address this in the future. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Do we have any more? He withdrew his amendment, so you don't want to speak. All right, does anybody else want to speak on, well, he withdrew it. Does anybody else have an amendment? If not, we're going to move to a vote on final passage. The question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 3293. It was amended, correct? As amended? No, we It was not amended. Okay, so the question now occurs on... Oh, okay. So the question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 3293 as amended in the subcommittee to the House. All those in favor?
I just call for a recorded vote.
You want a recorded vote?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go to recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting H.R. 3293 as amended to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no. And the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
Aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes aye.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt
I'm sorry,
Rochester.
McEachin voted aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. McEachin votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rodgers.
And how am I recorded? How am I recorded? Congressman Welch? Sorry,
Congressman
Welch.
Congressman Welch is not recorded.
Congressman Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mrs. Rodgers. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon votes no.
Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen.
Nine.
Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes nay.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan.
No.
Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer.
Palmer votes no.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes no.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes no.
Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes no.
Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes no.
Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong.
No.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Ms. Castor would like to vote.
Ms. Castor.
Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Rodgers.
Mrs. Rodgers votes no.
Mrs. Rodgers votes no.
Mr. Scalise is on the screen. Oh, he's here.
Yes, Mr. Scalise votes no.
Mr. Scalise votes no.
Mr. Kinzinger, I see.
Yep, Kinzinger is a no.
Mr. Kinzinger votes no.
Anyone else?
Would you ask for Mr. Mullen?
Mr. Mullen from Oklahoma, are you there? Welch voted, didn't he? Welch voted. Is there, who else has not recorded? You can go through it again.
Mr. Griffith and Mr. Mullen are not recorded.
Is you see McMullen? So we gotta. He's where? Oh, okay. All right, then the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 32 and the nays were 24.
So the vote is 32 ayes to 24 noes. HR 3.
Oh, Chairman. Oh, Mr.
Who's that?
You're going to do it? Yeah, good.
I just ask unanimous consent that the minority get 2 extra days to file.
Without objection, so ordered. So we had the vote. HR 3293 as amended is reported to the full House. And now we go to the last bill. The chair calls up the chair calls up HR 2467, the PFAS Action Act of 2021. The clerk will report the bill.
HR 2467 to require the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency to designate.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with, and the bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Now, my understanding is that they have called a vote?
Yes.
They have or have not?
They have.
So the vote hasn't been called yet. All right, so
Yes,
it has? The lights are, the numbers,
Yeah, we're voting now.
we are voting?
Yeah.
We're voting?
Yeah, he called the bill up. So just say that.
All right, so we are voting. Okay. All right, then we'll take a recess. There are 3 votes, and the committee will stand in recess until 10 minutes after the last of the 3 votes is called. Everyone understand that? Until 10 minutes after the last of the 3 votes is called. And I call. All right, so everyone understands what we're doing. The committee stands in recess. I call the committee back to order. We're going to have debate for a while before we vote, so hopefully the rest of the members will come back. And I guess I'll start by myself moving to strike the last word to speak on the underlying PFAS bill. I'm proud to support this bipartisan bill, which would address PFAS contamination using all of the tools available under our landmark environmental laws. PFAS, as most of you know, are an urgent threat to public health. They're toxic, persistent, and being found in the environment across the country. These forever chemicals have long been linked with adverse health effects, including cancer, immune system effects, infertility, impaired child development, high cholesterol, and thyroid disease. And as I mentioned at last week's subcommittee markup, in my home state of New Jersey, there have been over 500 detections of PFAS in drinking water and groundwater sources. I don't think this is acceptable. New Jersey has been a leader in setting state standards for PFAS, but national standards are needed. The EPA is hard at work trying to address the threat of PFAS chemicals under several of our landmark environmental laws, but the agency is playing catch-up after years of inaction under the last administration. Congress can help by providing clear instructions and needed resources, and that's just what this bill does. The bill requires EPA to immediately designate two PFAS chemicals, PFOA and PFOS, as hazardous substances under Superfund, the two most studied of the PFAS chemicals. And EPA committed to make this designation in their action plan last year, but has failed to fulfill this promise. The legislation requires that over a 5-year period, EPA review all other PFAS chemicals and decide whether to list them under Superfund. During these 5 years, the bill will require comprehensive health testing of all PFAS chemicals. This is an important point. You may hear my colleagues talk today about the need to base decisions on science, and this bill will generate that science. PFOA and PFOS will be regulated up front because we already have the science in them, and other PFAS will be regulated if over the next 5 years the science concludes that they are hazardous. So HR 2467 also requires a drinking water standard that will cover at least PFOA and PFOS and other chemicals at EPA's discretion. Importantly, the drinking water standard will have to protect public health, including the health of vulnerable populations such as pregnant women, infants, and children. And because treating drinking water to remove PFAS is expensive, the bill includes grants for water utilities. The bill also includes a voluntary PFAS-free label for cookware. This label will empower consumers to take steps to protect themselves from exposure to PFAS, and the bill requires guidance for first responders to help them minimize their exposure to PFAS chemicals. And this is important because PFAS is commonly found in firefighting foams as well. So again, I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their work to negotiate this bill. It's critical that we move forward on the bill to protect our constituents and communities. I urge everyone to support the bill. I yield back, and I would now yield to Ranking Member 5 minutes on this for her remarks on the underlying bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be opposing this legislation today, and I don't do that lightly. My congressional district is addressing POEM-related contamination. I want PFAS to be smartly and scientifically addressed. On this bill, though, I find myself in the same place where we were 10 years ago, Mr. Chairman. Your dissenting views about coal ash legislation stated, quote, "The committee has still not heard from the EPA on the legislation," and concluded, quote, "It is clear that this legislation must be subject to additional scrutiny, and the legislative record is not yet sufficient to inform a floor vote on this legislation." I believe that these words apply to this bill. This bill creates extremely aggressive regulatory responses on chemicals for which we know a bunch about, only a small percentage of them. At least 9,250 are before the EPA. And I want us to proceed based on science, not fear. We need thoughtful input, not hidden top-down decisions, and actions appropriate to the risk posed, not to the exclusion of them. Though well-intended, I'm concerned that the mandates in the PFAS Action Act will frustrate EPA's existing science-based plans. This bill will cement policy choices with long-range implications. It is certain to overwhelm EPA's existing resources to tackle environmental and public health challenges beyond PFAS. In short, EPA will become the environmental PFAS agency. The PFAS Action Act is not measured. It prejudges outcomes, showing little regard for objective science, risk assessment, transparency, and public comment. It requires EPA without any requirement for scientific review to regulate certain PFAS under the Clean Air Act and Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act. For a place like Airway Heights in my district, which has already taken steps to mitigate PFAS contamination, a Superfund designation could be devastating for the local economy and development. It also requires EPA to make regulatory determinations within 5 years on all 9,250 PFAS chemicals under those same laws and without public participation. It uses an unattainable standard to ban incineration of any PFAS contaminating material and requires any persons disposing of these materials to store them as if they were hazardous waste. It removes EPA scientific review and bans commercialization of safer PFAS. It requires comprehensive toxicity testing of all 9,252 PFAS. In short, since my time has expired again, I guess, I'm sorry, the PFAS Action Act would replace EPA's scientific judgment with Congress's political judgment, put EPA on unrealistic timelines, remove the use of proposed rules and public deliberation, overrun existing domestic laboratory capacity to focus on any other scientific matter, and clog our nation's remaining landfill capacity. It's not good policy or government. Am I really out of time? No, okay. I ask my colleagues to instead consider the progress EPA has been making without this bill. For example, earlier this year, EPA announced an advance notice of proposed rulemaking aimed at designating PFOA and PFOS and other PFAS chemicals as circular hazardous substances. Additionally, the agency made a final determination in January to issue national primary drinking water regulations for PFOA and PFOS. They have 21 more months to propose a science-based maximum contaminant level goal and an enforceable drinking water regulation. Numerous other PFAS laws have been enacted and regulatory actions taken, even in the last 2 years. Some of those laws and actions happened in a larger legislative package or have happened during the executive transition. But it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. I want PFAS action, but this act is not reasonable. And for all those reasons I've stated, I urge opposition to the PFAS Action Act. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. So we're still on the underlying bill. Does anyone else strike the last word? Ms. Dingell's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
We know nearly every American now has some level of PFAS chemicals coursing through their blood after generations of uses to create our modern society. Forever chemicals, they're known as forever chemicals because we cannot get rid of them. Known as PFAS, it's established, it's scientific research, the data is there. They are harmful man-made chemicals that have so far been found in the drinking water of more than 2,000 communities across almost every state in this country. PFAS chemicals are persistent, bioaccumulative, and toxic. These chemicals have been linked to harmful human health effects, including cancer, reproductive and developmental harms, and weakened immune systems. I'm proud to have introduced this bill and be working with my good friend across the aisle, Michigan Representative Fred Upton. As many of you know, Michigan has been hit hard by PFAS contamination. But that's only because we've been one of the few states looking for it, as well as establishing the necessary policies to protect human health and the environment in the absence of strong federal leadership. This is truly a national crisis, and other states are going to find similar contamination when they decide it's important enough to look for it. Because when you are dealing with forever lasting substances, it's only a matter of time. According to the Environmental Working Group, over 200 million Americans are drinking contaminated water, and 328 military sites across the United States have been identified as having PFAS contamination. So I respect you all, and I know this, but you ask, why is this package necessary? So I want to ask these questions. Has the EPA established a national drinking water standard for the most notorious chemicals, P4, PFO, and PFOS, that includes protections for vulnerable subpopulations? Has the EPA designated PFO or PFOS chemicals as hazardous substances under the Superfund or determined whether to list other PFAS? Has the EPA designated PFO and PFOS as hazardous air pollutants under the Clean Air Act? Has the federal government prohibited unsafe incarceration of PFAS waste and placed a moratorium on the introduction of new PFAS into commerce? No. The answers to all of these questions is no. The PFAS Action Act would protect our land, our air, our water, and human health from harmful PFAS contamination by requiring all these actions in the face of continued federal inaction, as well as many more. EPA has consistently failed to act. Clear and swift action from Congress is needed to address the PFAS crisis, and this starts with enacting this bill. It would be the first major comprehensive and consequential action we can and must take. The legislation before us today is a meaningful bill that will represent a strong federal response and is a product of good bipartisan work of the Energy and Commerce Committee. After the bill advanced out of this committee in January 2020, the full House of Representatives took bold action and passed the PFAS Action Act by a vote of 247 to 159. Many Republicans supported this package. Today, we're considering an identical version that warrants strong continued bipartisan support from every member of this committee. I want to thank my friend Rep. Upton for his leadership on partnering with me on this important effort, as well as all of our colleagues who have provisions in this legislative package. And I want to thank our leadership. And again, I know why Mr. Upton's on this bill. He had a whole community next to where he lived whose water was turned off. They could only drink bottled water because of PFAS contamination. And I close with thinking of the 75-ish to 80-year-old man. We can't fish in our waters at home because of PFAS contamination. And he got up at a town hall meeting right before we all couldn't have town hall meetings anymore. And he wanted to know, I eat that fish. I rely on that fish. When can I eat it again? And I didn't have the courage to look at him and say, probably not in your lifetime. We need to do something. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Dingell. Anyone else? Yes.
Chairman, strike the last word.
Yes, Mr. Upton's recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank my colleague and very good friend, Debbie Dingell, for her leadership on this issue in so many ways. You know, as mentioned 3 years ago, the city of Parchment, Michigan, right outside of Kalamazoo, awoke to a startling new reality. Extremely high levels of PFOA and PFOS were not only found at a capped landfill, the chemicals were also discovered in the drinking water at levels many, many times above suggested minimum levels set by the EPA and the FDA. So that night, when we learned of that, we went door to door. Sheriff Department was involved. We had the cars going down, speakers, bottled water only. Can't even water your garden, your vegetables. Families lined up at the school and the churches for months to get 2 or 3 cases of bottled water. Couldn't use the ice in your refrigerator. You could only use bottled water even for your pets. for months. Dentist's office closed. I mean, you can imagine the impact on that small community. While Parchment was the first community to have its water system test results come in that high, it was not the only place where PFAS chemicals were found in the drinking water in Michigan or even in my district. And since then, we've had PFAS issues related to the Kalamazoo Airport, the Air National Guard Base in Battle Creek, and others in Michigan, just a stone's throw away from the Kalamazoo River, which leads to Lake Michigan. And we saw PFAS levels thousands of times above EPA's levels. Well, that's not acceptable, not to anybody in this room I know. So over 3 years ago, nobody even knew what PFAS was. Now it's something that's discussed around the dining tables in many of our districts, and frankly, we've had chances to address the issue, and we've lost. I'm still not happy that a bipartisan deal to require the EPA to set a minimum level for PFOA and PFAS, which House Republicans agreed to, did not make it into the Defense Authorization Bill in 2019. It would have started the clock on coming up with EPA setting an MCL much sooner than it is currently on pace to do so. And that's why we need to act now. That's why I voted for the bill in the last Congress and will support it today. And I know it's not perfect. It's likely going to have to change in order to get 60 votes in the Senate, and I'm going to be supporting some of the amendments here in committee today. But we need to move the process forward. America cannot wait any longer. We know what this stuff does, and it's time that we stop hiding from finding a solution. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and we have a number of speakers. Ms. Custer, who I guess is virtual, is recognized for 5 minutes. Gentlewoman from New Hampshire.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for including this important bipartisan legislation in today's markup. Across the country and in my home state of New Hampshire, communities and families are dealing with the proliferation of toxic PFAS and PFOA chemicals that pose a serious threat to human health and our environment. From groundwater contamination to toxic air emissions, the removal and remediation of these forever chemicals represents a significant challenge for my Granite State communities as well. And I want to thank Mr. Upton and Ms. Dingle and all of the bipartisan co-sponsors of the bill. I'm proud to be a part of it. I was pleased to help introduce the PFAS Action Act with my good friend and colleague, Congresswoman Debbie Dingle, who has championed this issue in Congress. This bill demonstrates our bipartisan commitment to protecting our communities from this urgent public health threat. We need to have an all-hands-on-deck effort on this issue because PFAS contamination impacts every single corner of our country. I can remember when Ms. Dingle and Mr. Upton and I were speaking with our colleagues on the floor, so many colleagues said to us, oh, we don't have that problem in my district. And I said, you do have that problem in your district. You just don't know it yet. The PFAS Action Act represents a comprehensive and bold solution to treat PFAS as a hazardous chemical and equip our communities with the resources they need to clean up these toxic forever chemicals. This bipartisan legislation will require the EPA to establish a national drinking water standard for PFAS and PFOA, set discharge limits on industrial releases, and provide $200 million annually toward wastewater treatment facilities that are integral to our remediation efforts. I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to take this issue seriously and pass this bipartisan legislation today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll go back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Is there another Republican? Yeah, the gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We speak on the bill.
The gentleman's recognized to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One reason I cannot support this legislation before us today has to do with its impact on the ability to domestically manufacture chlorine here in the United States. Protecting the ability to domestically manufacture chlorine would be simple, direct, and would most importantly protect public health in the United States. This legislation, however, does not do that. For those of my colleagues who don't understand why chlorine production needs to be saved or what PFAS and chlorine have to do with each other, let me take a minute to explain. There are 3 ways to make chlorine and caustic soda. 1, using mercury cell technology. 2, employing asbestos diaphragms. Or 3, employing a membrane cell process. Mercury cell technology is being phased out in the United States. Under the Minamata Convention on Mercury, the United States joined 130 parties in agreeing to cease manufacture and import and export of many mercury-containing products in 2020. The import of asbestos and the use of asbestos diaphragm filters are currently the subject of an EPA review under the Toxic Substances Control Act. While EPA passed on regulating this area 3 decades ago, the EPA could use new legal authority to ban or phase out these practices. In addition, there has been legislation in previous Congresses. In fact, this committee reported a bill last Congress that would phase out the production of chlorine using an asbestos diaphragm. This brings us to membrane cell technology. This is the most popular way of making chlorine in Europe. It is the most expensive, and it's become the only long-term viable option for making chlorine. Membrane cell technology contains PFAS. Unless efforts are taken to protect it, membrane cell technology using PFAS will become subject to the ultra-aggressive provisions in this bill. They are designed to discourage and harass its usage and ultimately see it disappear. In a best-case scenario, this bill will significantly increase the price of chlorine and caustic soda for drinking water systems and hospitals that rely on chlorine for disinfection. The U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention calls drinking water chlorination one of the most significant public health advances in the United States history. In fact, the EPA requires treated tap water to contain a detectable level of chlorine to help protect against germs all the way to the consumer's taps. This will also have impacts on pharmaceutical production and swimming pool clean water maintenance. It will also place constraints on supply, potentially impacting household goods like bleach. It will offshore chlorine production after we learned so painfully over this last year about the importance of maintaining a robust domestic supply for items regularly used in medical settings. Setting these important uses of chlorine aside, chlorine is a building block chemical used to create multiple other chemistries and chemicals. Removing domestic chlorine production will directly impact America's chemical manufacturing sector and its ability to continue innovating. This is a poor policy. We should shield the PFAS necessary for the production of chlorine from the provisions of H.R. 2467 that would be the most hurtful to preserving this important infection control chemical. I appreciate your attention, and maybe we can work together as things move forward to find a way to protect chlorine from the overreaches of this bill. And I urge the majority to continue to work with us on this issue and others, and yield back.
I thank the gentleman. On the Democratic side, we have the gentlewoman from Delaware, Mrs. Blunt Rochester, is virtual, I believe. Is she there? Maybe her hand is up from before. So
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, my hand was up from before.
All right, thank you.
I will release my hand. Thank you, sir.
Sure. We have Ms. Fletcher, gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad we're considering the PFAS Action Act of 2021 today, and I am glad to support it. This legislation addresses matters of great concern for my constituents in Texas and for people across the country. It is a matter of both great concern and great urgency. As Ms. Dingle noted, a 2015 CDC study found that 97% of Americans have PFAS in their blood. So I am particularly glad that we're taking it up today and very glad to see that my bill directing the EPA to issue guidance on minimizing first responders' exposure to PFAS in firefighting foam was included once again in this important legislation. So our firefighters, police officers, paramedics, emergency medical technicians, and other first responders put their lives in danger to protect ours. And we must protect them. We must protect our communities and our environment from exposure to these harmful chemicals. So as a member of the PFAS task force, I would like to thank Congresswoman Dingell and Congressman Upton for introducing this legislation, for including my bill. And I thank you, Chairman Pallone, and my colleagues on the committee for bringing up this important piece of legislation to the committee at this time. I will vote in support, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I will yield back.
Thank you. Are there any other members that want to speak on the underlying bill? Otherwise, we're going to move to amendments. All right. Are there? I think there are no amendments on the Democratic side. Dr. Bouchon, to recognize you have.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, have the amendment.
What's the title?
Labeled 014.
014?
Yep, 014.
Yes, I have it.
Okay, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2467, offered by Mr. Bouchon of Indiana.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Yes, that was the Vice Chair, Ms. Kelly, reserved a point of order, and point of order is reserved, and Dr. Bouchon is now recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate my colleagues' bipartisan effort in crafting this legislation and generally agree that action needs to be taken to keep our communities safe from hazardous chemicals. However, the legislation in its current form is a one-size-fits-all approach that could lead to lives lost, actually. My amendment is very simple but important. As we have heard, the bill before us is very overarching. It amends no less than 5 major federal environmental laws and would therefore affect the operation of the environmental laws in 50 states. Perhaps most worrisome, the bill would impose Superfund liability on under CERCLA on life-saving and other medically beneficial products that have already undergone a rigorous approval process conducted by the FDA to ensure they are safe to use. FDA approval, in fact, is the worldwide gold standard. The legislation completely fails to consider the fact that there are some PFAS, notably fluoropolymers, that are the critical component in a device or that make a device or drug's efficacy possible. I would be remiss if I did not also note the presence and critical role that PFAS plays in personal protective equipment, like masks and rubber gloves, especially in this past year. As a cardiothoracic surgeon, I have firsthand experience with life-saving medical devices that include PFAS, such as vascular grafts, heart patches, catheter tubes, and stent grafts. Polytetrafluoroethylene, I'm going to give a couple examples. This is a graft that is used for aortic aneurysm repair, and you see it expands to treat aortic aneurysms. Prior to the development of these type of grafts, I had to open people up and surgically sew in Dacron-related fabric grafts to repair these. This is a major advance. This is a vascular graft that is used for bypassing vascular blockages in like someone's leg, around a blockage. You sew it on one end and the other. This is also polytetrafluoroethylene. And then as the picture behind me shows, a major advance in therapy of what are called atrial septal defects in young children versus open heart surgery, which is what I had to do to fix them, is a PFAS graft that actually you can put in. I have an example of one here that you actually put into the heart with a catheter and block the opening that is a genetic and congenital abnormality, curing the problem almost as an outpatient versus open heart surgery requiring the chest to be opened, for example, and surgically closing the opening. I'm also concerned about, honestly, in this case, retroactive class action lawsuits. Literally millions or tens of millions of patients have had these type of devices used to treat their medical condition. Again, Mr. Chairman, my amendment is very simple. It would do two things. First, exempt PFAS contained in FDA-approved drugs and devices from the bill's list of hazardous substances under CERCLA and the Clean Air Act. And second, exempt PFAS contained in FDA-approved drugs and devices from the bill's new ban on future PFAS under the Toxic Substances Control Act, or TAHSCA. Labeling all PFAS as hazardous poses a direct threat to FDA-approved drugs and devices. That is a simple reality. We do not want any discretion left to EPA or another agency but the FDA in this area. If the FDA has found a drug or device containing PFAS safe and effective, that should be the final word. I understand the desire of the sponsors of the PFAS Action Act to address drinking water concerns around our country, and I largely support these efforts. No one on the committee wants contaminated water supplies. But in our political rush to get something done here, we simply cannot disregard the existing and proven approval process at the Food and Drug Administration. As I have described from my experience as a physician, these medical devices don't threaten the lives of Americans inherently because they have a PFAS substance in them. They save lives. We must get the right solution and exempt medical devices from this legislation. Mr. Chairman, I have a letter of opposition from AvaMed that I would like to enter into the record.
Does the gentleman have a copy of the letter? If not,
Yes.
we'll wait till later.
I do have a copy of the letter, yes, sir.
Could you give it to me, or
I will.
take a look at it?
I have it
Put
here.
it in later.
Somewhere, yeah, I have it.
Oh, you can give it to me later. We'll put
here we
it in
go.
at the end. Gentleman should continue.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, I think a bill that has broad-reaching implications to medical therapy for a variety of diseases should exempt fluoropolymers from this type of regulation, as they've been shown that they are safe for decades. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and the letter that Dr. Bichon has given me from AdvaMed, without objection, so ordered to submit it in the record. I'm going to recognize myself to strike the last word and speak in opposition to the Bichon amendment. This amendment would create unnecessary exemptions for PFAS related to manufacture of drugs and medical devices under Superfund Section 5 of TSCA and unsafe incineration requirements under RCRA. Many manufacturers deal with hazardous substances listed under Superfund every day. Superfund liability is an important deterrent that incentivizes parties to handle these materials responsibly and take care to avoid releases. If parties do not cause a release of pollution, they will not have a problem, and if they do cause a release, then they should be liable to clean it up. This amendment also provides an exemption from Section 9 of the bill, which prohibits the unsafe incineration of PFAS. Again, we should not tolerate unsafe disposal and unsafe incineration of PFAS under any circumstances, regardless of whether those PFAS were related to drugs and medical devices. If we want to really address the threat of PFAS exposure, we need to make sure strong protections are in place. But this amendment would create loopholes which will ultimately remove incentives for the safe handling and disposal of PFAS. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support the bill, and I yield back at this time. Are there others who want to speak on the bill? Ms. Oh, I'm sorry. This is on Mr. Bichon's amendment. Gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. W.L. Gore and Associates is located in my district. While Gore is best known for their signature product, Gore-Tex, implantable medical devices now account for over half of their company's revenue. Their medical products business is located in Arizona with approximately 2,000 associates in Flagstaff and another 1,000 associates in my district. Gore's essential business relies on PFAS, known as PTFE, that shows no threat to human health or the environment. Yet, the legislation would treat PTFE and the other 9,000 plus PFAS as hazardous under no less than 5 environmental laws. This kind of overreach is great for regulators and the trial lawyers, but in my opinion is bad public policy. The so-called PFAS Action Act before us would force EPA to consider PFAS used in medical devices as hazardous under the Superfund law and under the Clean Air Act. That designation not only forces additional unnecessary regulation, it also exposes the entire economic chain, manufacturers, end users, and even individuals to huge liabilities. Section 4 of H.R. 2467 would also ban any new medical devices or drugs that contain PFAS from coming into the marketplace, no matter what their potential to treat health conditions or save lives, and regardless of whether they have been approved by the FDA. What's going on here, in my opinion, is a huge effort to simply get rid of all PFAS. But members need to understand that there are over 9,000 different substances out there that fit that definition. Some of those may be a real threat to human health, and we ought to have the scientists at EPA deal with those appropriately. But many PFAS, particularly fluoropolymers, simply do not pose a threat to human health or the environment. The best evidence of that is that there are some 40 million Americans walking around right now with a PFAS-based heart stent. There is nothing in the Bouchon Amendment that will in any way threaten current PFAS cleanups across the country or prevent future cleanups from happening. If anything, by eliminating the need for EPA to worry about medical devices, the agency will be able to better focus its attention on where the actual problems are. I strongly support the Bouchon Amendment. Let's try to make some sense out of this bill before us. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlemen, will the gentlelady yield?
I will.
I want to thank Dr. Bouchon for offering this amendment. I mean, we know that for this bill to ultimately get to the president's desk, some changes are going to have to be made. And frankly, I think this is a very constructive amendment to allow the FDA to have some say. As the gentlelady from Arizona indicated, some 40 million Americans are walking around with devices implanted with PFAS. And I would hope that if this amendment does fail here in committee, and we'll see what happens, that we could see it offered on the House floor and let the whole House decide this issue and help send that as a possible landing spot for a bipartisan bill that in fact may reach some consensus in the Senate as well. So again, I want to compliment the gentleman from Indiana and certainly intend to support this amendment. With that, I yield back to the lady from Arizona.
And I yield back.
Thank you. So we're on the Bouchon Amendment. I don't know if there's anyone else who you do. Ms. Custer has her hand up virtually, but that might be from before. Does a gentlewoman from New Hampshire want to speak on this amendment?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I'll take it down.
All right, thank you. All right, so who had their hand up? The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I support the Bouchon amendment. Now, I'd just like to point out what Dr. Bouchon is talking about is singling out the fluoropolymers that are lumped in this bill with all PFAS. It's well established that these fluoropolymers that he's talking about that are used in medical devices and other very important devices and products that we need for day-to-day living do not present a significant concern for human health or environment. There's peer-reviewed research that indicates that they meet internationally recognized criteria to be considered polymers of low concern. And for potential risk to human health and the environment. And what you're literally doing by not accepting this amendment and not recognizing that there's a difference between the fluoropolymers and just the general universe of PFAS chemicals is potentially denying people treatment that could save their lives. And so I just wonder, Mr. Chairman, if you were about to have open heart surgery, are you so committed to eradicating all fluoropolymers and PFAS that you would instruct your physician, no matter the consequences and potential outcome of the surgery, not to use any medical device that contains a fluoropolymer? And I would ask that of the Democrats, because that's literally what you're saying that you want to do to the general population, is deny them access to products that could save their lives. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield one more time?
I will yield to the gentleman.
So I have a question for the sponsor of the amendment. I just wonder, as we pass 21st century cures, which impacted not only drugs but also devices, that would there be then a requirement for the FDA to reapprove all the devices that have been previously reviewed and approved if it had this material in it? Dr. Bashan, do you know the answer to that?
Well, I think there's potential for that, yeah, of course. I mean, and there's also potential, I guess, that, like I mentioned in my comments, that declaring these products hazardous, there could be, retroactive lawsuits, millions of them, class action lawsuits for any patient that has had this previously used as part of their medical therapy, even though, as Mr. Palmer outlined, these are polymers of low concern, have never been shown a risk to human health, and are approved by the FDA. So I would say, yes, there's potential that could happen.
It's just another reason why I think this amendment is worthy for us to, if not pass today, when the bill reaches the House floor, and work with the Senate. With that, I yield back to the gentleman whose time.
I thank the gentleman for yielding back, and a question for Dr. Bouchon. If this bill were to pass without this amendment, is there the potential that the FDA would require that all medical devices containing the fluoropolymers be removed from use, or at a minimum be required to be reevaluated?
I think they'd be considered hazardous chemicals and have to be recalled, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, again, I speak in support of this amendment, and I urge my Democrat colleagues to take seriously this amendment and the potential for enormous harm in the area of healthcare for patients who would need these products, especially if this went into effect immediately and we didn't have time to develop alternatives. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does anyone else want to discuss the Bouchon amendment? All right, then we're going to go to a vote.
I'm asking for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Vote? Sure, we'll go right to that.
Just let it go by voice.
Recorded vote is requested. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll on the Bouchon amendment.
I was going to say, you're late.
Mr. Rush.
I heard him.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette.
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
How about four more?
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
No.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
No.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes yes.
Mr. Schrader votes yay. Mr. Cardenas.
From California, votes yes.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
I voted no, vote no.
Some confusion over which? Cardenas, Mr. Cardenas, do you want to vote again so we know? How do you have him recorded, Madam Clerk?
I have him as no.
I'm sorry, I had a bad connection.
Your question? He said no, so. He just said no again.
Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Bettergon.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Bettergon votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice.
Ms. Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Ms. Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rodgers. Mrs. Rodgers votes yay. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes yay. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes yay. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger votes aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Mr. Long votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg.
Aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Armstrong.
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Congressman Welch, how am I recorded?
We have some that are not recorded. Mr. Vesey just stepped in.
This is Cardenas, how am I recorded?
Cardenas is recorded as a no.
Mr. Cardenas voted no.
But we have Mr.
Correct.
Vesey.
Mr. Vesey is not recorded. Mr. Vesey votes no.
Mr. Scalise?
Mr. Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Rush?
Mr. Welch?
Oh, Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch is not recorded.
Mr. Welch? How do you want to be recorded? Gentleman from Vermont, you there?
No. Yes, I vote no.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Rush of Illinois?
Votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no.
Is there anyone else who's not recorded? Wants to be recorded? Is Gus recorded? Did you vote, Gus? Okay. All right, then the clerk will call the roll. I'll vote twice. No, we can't have that. Don't comment, please.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 24 and the nays were 32.
24 ayes and 32 nays?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So on the Bouchon amendment, the vote is 24 ayes to 32 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Yes. Mr. Wahlberg, yes, gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I speak to my amendment, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record several letters from industry stakeholders opposing the PFAS Action Act. The first is a letter of opposition from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, National Association of Manufacturers, and 16 other groups. The second is a letter from organizations representing our nation's mayors, cities, and counties. The third is a letter from the American Water Works Association, National Rural Water Association, and other water groups. And the fourth is a letter from the American Chemistry Council.
Mr. Wahlberg, unless I have them in hand, we're just going to put them in the record at the end. You want to give them to me, and then we'll look at them and as we proceed. So did we report the Wahlberg amendment? Oh, what is the label of it? Number for it?
Number 10.
Number 10, do you have it, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
You have it? The clerk will report the amendment.
Yes. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2467, offered by Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been working to combat PFAS in my home state of Michigan for many years, including with my Michigan colleagues on this committee and good friends, Congressman Upton and Congresswoman Dingell. In 2017, Congresswoman Dingell and I hosted representatives from the EPA at several contaminated sites in southeast Michigan so they could see firsthand the extent of the problem in our state, which has continued. Fortunately, the state of Michigan has been at the forefront in aggressively testing, tracking, and cleaning up harmful PFAS. In fact, scientists attribute Michigan's high number of PFAS sites to the fact that the state has taken a lead role in aggressively looking for PFAS contamination. My colleagues and I recognized this growing problem early on and took action. We formed the Congressional PFAS Task Force and pushed for greater collaboration between agencies and the necessary resources for PFAS research and response efforts. Many of our efforts have been enacted into law, including a bill that now requires federal agencies to cooperate with states in cleaning up PFAS contamination near military installations. Mr. Chairman, I strongly support continued action to protect the public health and ensure our water supply is safe and clean from harmful levels of PFAS. But I have serious concerns that the bill before us today overreaches beyond what we know about the problem and hinders ongoing federal scientific reviews and other actions being taken by states and the EPA. With so much still unknown about the over 9,000 different PFAS chemicals, the PFAS Action Act prejudges outcomes, showing little regard for objective science, risk assessment, or transparency. The bill replaces EPA's scientific judgment with Congress's political judgment by imposing a de facto ban on all PFAS. It mandates serious legal requirements on an unknown number of persons, towns, and companies without any public input or feedback from the EPA. The amendment I am proposing simply states that using objective, high-quality science, engaging with the larger scientific community, using transparent processes like public comment opportunities, and taking a measured, informed, and targeted approach has produced a broad response to PFAS by the EPA. The amendment lists a number of historic legislative and regulatory actions that have been taken by both Congress and 2 presidential administrations to clean up PFAS, protect drinking water, and increase our understanding of these chemicals. All of these actions have been taken without mandates like those proposed in the bill. For example, the 2020 and 2021 NDAAs contain provisions requiring the DoD to clean up PFAS under the Defense Environment Response Act and reduce exposure to these chemicals, phase out PFAS firefighting foam, and improve monitoring of groundwater and drinking water. And finally, earlier this year, the EPA made final determination as to issue primary drinking water regulations under the Safe Drinking Water Act. They also released interim guidance outlining the current science on techniques to dispose these materials safely, along with many other initiatives. With all that said, the bottom line here is that just because the PFAS Action Act isn't law does not mean action hasn't been taken on PFAS. Through proper scientific review and rulemaking processes, the EPA is already addressing more than half of the contents of this bill. We should let them do their jobs and refrain from overhauling existing regulatory structure, squandering federal investments, or complicating further rulemaking. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Michigan. I reviewed the letters that you wanted to put in the record, so without objection, so ordered, we'll enter those into the record. Is there anyone who wants to speak on the Wahlberg Amendment? Mr. Tonko, the gentleman from New York, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment replaces the bipartisan bill that passed last Congress with a non-enforceable sense of Congress that outlines the inaction by the Trump administration. Communities simply can't keep waiting for action. We have a strong bipartisan bill before us that regulates PFAS in our drinking water. It provides funding for cleanup, holds polluters liable for their contamination, and begins the process of finally cleaning up this forever chemical from countless communities. This amendment is just another blatant attempt to slow the process and make impacted communities wait even longer for remediation. So Congress can demonstrate leadership on this issue and make certain that public health and safety are protected. And therefore, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do we have others who want to speak on the Wahlberg Amendment? Nobody virtually? All right, we'll go to a vote. If there is no further debate, we'll proceed to a vote on the Wahlberg Amendment. All those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no.
No.
Okay. In the opinion, you want to record a vote? Okay. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the Wahlberg Amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette. No. Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Thank you.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch?
Mr. Welch of Vermont votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark? Mr. Schrader?
Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas?
Cardenas from California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz?
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters? Mrs. Dingle? Ms. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer?
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly?
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Bedegan?
Aragon votes no.
Ms. Bedegan votes no. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran?
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice?
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig?
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier?
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rodgers? Mrs. Rodgers votes aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess?
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger?
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long?
Aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen?
Jim Martin was 60 plus, I'm not changing the name. Yeah. A new chairman at 60 plus.
Mr. Hudson?
Hudson votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg?
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter?
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan?
Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer?
Palmer votes yea.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn?
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis?
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko?
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence?
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw?
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Armstrong?
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone?
Votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Any members who...
Mr. Chairman,
How am I recorded, Congressman Sarbanes?
Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr.
How is
Sarbanes
Peters
votes
recorded?
no.
Mr. Peters?
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters
Mr.
votes
Chairman,
no.
Ms. Clark?
how am I recorded?
Ms. Clark is not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no.
Is there anyone else who we missed? Yes, Mr. Scalise?
Mr. Scalise votes aye.
Anyone else who's not recorded and wants to vote? virtually or otherwise? But he voted, right? All right, then we will have the clerk report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 21 and the nays were 35.
35. So on the Wahlberg amendment, the vote is 21 ayes to 35 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? No additional amendments? Okay. Oh. Who's got the hand up? Which one do you want to do first? Gentleman from Texas, what's your number? Does the clerk have his amendment?
What's the title?
Number 18, apparently.
Yes.
You have that one?
Yes.
Clerk will report the Crenshaw amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2467, offered by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas. In Section 2, redesignate subsections D and E as...
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I don't think that this body can be the arbiter of science and determine the toxicity of well over 9,000 chemicals that even the EPA has yet to determine as hazardous. And we're not saying that these things shouldn't be evaluated.
Excuse to reserve a point of order, attorney.
Who's that? What does she want to do? Oh, it's too late to do a point of order, Madam Vice Chair. We've got to...
I don't think you heard me in order. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Mr. Crenshaw, continue.
So we're not saying these things shouldn't be evaluated, but we are deciding on behalf of the EPA that these chemicals should be listed. And there's a process already from the EPA to determine toxicity. But this bill gives them one option, find all of them toxic or none of them. And we didn't give them a standard to follow either, which means that they have to determine a standard and find the full lot of over 9,000 chemicals as hazardous or not. And we have to ask ourselves, how are they going to evaluate these in the future? What if EPA can't act on this all or nothing directive we've given them and declines to list any as hazardous? So what flexibility will they have in listing one chemical in the future? And maybe if we didn't use these chemicals, that would be fine, but we do. I think that's the point my Republican colleagues have been making via these amendments. We use them for fire retardants. We use them on the curtains in here. We use them for medical devices. Under this legislation, the CAO would be liable under CERCLA for disposal of the curtains. We'd be making the House of Representatives into a Superfund site. So maybe we ignore the fire retardant on the curtains, or we subject ourselves to the risk of working in an old building with fire hazards. But we also use PFAS in something that I can attest to and as having great benefit, which is Kevlar vests. So we're trading immediate protection from harm for limited protection from harm. And that is something that we can't even measure. So I think this bill takes the wrong approach, and I hope that my colleagues will vote on my amendment that makes an exception for national security, in this particular case, products such as Kevlar vests. And I yield back.
Oh, you mean the House, Jim? Mr. Crenshaw yielded back. Ms. DeGette is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker,
Speaker, no, sorry to give you a demotion.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment creates unnecessary exceptions for PFAS related to manufacture of military-grade equipment under Superfund Title Section 5 of TSCA and unsafe incineration requirements under RCRA. So a lot of manufacturers deal with hazardous substances listed under Superfund every day. Superfund liability is an important deterrent that incentivizes parties to handle these materials responsibly and takes care to avoid releases. If parties do not cause a release of pollution, they won't have a problem. And if they do cause a release, then they should be liable to clean it up. This amendment also provides an exemption from Section 9 of the bill, which prohibits unsafe incineration of PFAS. Look, we should not tolerate unsafe disposal and unsafe incineration of PFAS under any circumstances, regardless of what type of equipment they were related to, like military-grade equipment. And if we really want to address the threat of PFAS exposure, we need to make sure strong protections are in place. But this amendment would create loopholes, which would ultimately remove incentives for the initial safe handling and disposal of PFAS. So for that reason, my colleagues, I urge you to oppose this amendment, to support the bill, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman from Colorado. I believe Mr. Duncan had his hand up, and Mr. Duncan is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I rise to express my support for Mr. Crenshaw's amendment. This amendment will exempt from liability military equipment and protective gear used to protect people who took an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States. We should not add to the list a new liability burden that will shut down the domestic manufacturing of critical gear that these people need. As mentioned, this bill is a de facto ban on the use of any of the 9,252 existing PFAS products, imposing a blanket ban on the entire class without determining a specific PFAS has been deemed to be an environmental hazard. It's kind of irresponsible governing. This anti-science approach actually put our military manufacturers at a competitive disadvantage. Many of the PFAS chemicals in this potentially regulated class provide an unquestionable benefit to military textiles. Now, the 3rd District of South Carolina that I represent, and actually the entire state, and North Carolina and Virginia, they're home to many textile companies, and these companies are responsible for manufacturing protective gear that our military and our first responders rely on daily. A blanket regulatory approach to all PFAS would undercut their ability to manufacture these products. PFAS chemicals have a variety of different properties, and due to this variation, should not be regulated as a single group. Each individual chemistry should be regulated on the specific risk that it poses. Risk associated with one member of the class should not be attributed to other members without science and data to back it up. I support Mr. Crenshaw's amendment to exempt PFAS used in protective gear for law enforcement, military, first responders in this legislation. These are people that protect us daily. Should they not be protected? What's the alternative without the PFAS chemicals that go into those textiles? So let's not undercut our military and U.S. manufacturing for that matter, because we refuse to follow the science. We've seen too many textile companies close due to trade deals that disadvantage the United States. Let's not disadvantage the industry even further by enacting environmental laws that disadvantage the United States military and manufacturers with no impact on the environment. So, Mr. Chairman, we should not put entire domestic industries at risk over substances which we have little or no information. We're just lumping them all into one big pot. I vote for this amendment. Mr. Crenshaw's amendment is a vote to protect the critical material that's used to protect our military and police forces, which in turn ensues public safety and American security. It's also a vote to protect United States manufacturing. So with that, I urge that my colleagues support Mr. Crenshaw's amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I believe Mr. Tonko would like to speak next. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word, please. We have heard very similar arguments in the previous amendment, and I would like to clarify a few things. First, circular liability is just that. It is not a ban. Military-grade equipment includes circular listed materials, and they are still able to be made. Second, this bill would not cover all PFAS. It would require action on PFOA and PFOS, the two best understood chemicals immediately, while EPA reviews healthy and safety data on other substances. The use of PFAS in military equipment is not a release of contamination to the environment under CERCLA, and CERCLA liability covers only cleanup of environmental contamination, not personal injuries. So the makers of these products should have to take care when using PFAS in their manufacturing processes. If their carelessness leads to a release into the environment, they should absolutely have to clean it up. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Does anyone else want to speak on the Crenshaw amendment? Anybody virtually? Okay, so then we'll move to a vote.
Mr. Chairman, we request a recorded vote.
Mr. Crenshaw requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the Crenshaw amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo.
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette.
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Castor.
No.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch of Vermont votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes yes.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas from California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Bedagan.
Bedagan votes no.
Ms. Bedagan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rodgers. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Yes.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence?
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw?
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong?
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Ms.
Mr.
Rodgers?
Chairman,
Ms. Rodgers?
Mrs. Rodgers is not recorded.
Mrs. Rodgers votes aye.
Mrs. Rodgers votes aye.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, Matsui votes no.
Madam Clerk, this is Congresswoman Craig. How am I recorded?
The first one was Ms. Matsui. She
Ms.
voted no.
Matsui votes no.
And now we have Congresswoman Craig.
Congresswoman Craig is not recorded.
Ms. Craig?
Craig from Minnesota. Craig from Minnesota votes no.
Mrs. Craig votes
Mr.
no.
Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. McNerney for California votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no.
Anyone else who's not recorded? Virtually or otherwise? Not expecting anyone else? All right, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 24 and the nays were 31.
31 noes.
Yes, sir.
So the vote on the Crenshaw amendment is 24 ayes to 31 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Bilirakis has an amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 17.
17?
Yes, number 17.
Yes, sir, I have it.
You have it?
Amendment to H.R. 2467, offered by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida. In Section 2.
Without objection, the reading of the Bilirakis amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. Mr. Chairman, this legislative package is an indiscriminate ban on PFAS regardless of individual risk levels, and a flat-out ban on using any of the 9,200 existing PFAS. In my opinion, that's irresponsible. First, the legislation deems certain PFAS as circular hazardous substances and Clean Air Act hazardous air pollutants, creating permanent endless cleanup liability. If you want to avoid this liability, your disposal options are limited by the bill. This will require your material to be landfilled with the hope that circular, strict, joint, and several and retroactive liability will not eventually come into play. If your PFAS-containing product is on the market, the bill creates a federal labeling program in an attempt to hinder your product sales. If that's not enough, the bill stops you from making a safer version of an existing PFAS for 5 years and restricts your product through regulation if you do. My amendment seeks to bring some sanity to the bill, in my opinion. Of the 9,200 PFAS listed on EPA's website, EPA doesn't know how harmful the vast majority of the PFAS are, as was stated earlier. Rather than destroy all the pieces where specific PFAS has not been found to be dangerous, my amendment provides important protections from the regulatory overreach in this bill, permitting critical uses of PFAS and safer PFAS to continue within the semiconductor industry. Fluoropolymers considered to be PFAS under this legislation enable the instant connectivity of billions of people through mobile devices. They are critical components in the manufacturing and performance of the wires and circuit boards found in cell phones, laptops, tablets, and other devices. Additionally, fluoropolymers are critical to the semiconductor manufacturing process. They allow semiconductor manufacturing equipment to withstand aggressive temperature, pressure, and produce high purity and low defect products. Fluorophores also play a critical role in the development of smaller, ever more powerful electronic devices. They also provide other benefits such as improved fire safety and higher transmission speeds, the ability of fluoromores to withstand challenging operating conditions and present negligible electronical resistance, make them vital to the reliability of wires and transmission cables. These performance benefits enable a wide range of information and communications technology, including 5G, and bring benefits to many consumer, industrial, automotive, and medical products. This is all without getting into the scarcity and supply chain problems we continue to experience for semiconductors since the beginning of the pandemic, which would get worse if my amendment is not adopted. The current administration even issued an executive order on supply chain management and identified semiconductor manufacturing as a critical component of supply chain management. A vote for my amendment is a vote for science before regulation and in support of the administration's stated goals with regard to supply chains and, basically defining them as critical pieces in the supply chain. It also is a vote for American competitiveness and a desire to win the fight against China for continued technological leadership. So I urge passage of this particular amendment. It's responsible, Mr. Chairman, and in my opinion, this bill is not a responsible bill, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. There's still about 12 minutes left on the first vote. We have 3 or 4 votes, and I know that they've been cutting these votes off pretty quickly, so I think we're just going to recess, and we'll come back, 10 minutes after the last vote is called? 10 minutes after the last vote is called, because I don't want any of you to miss the vote. So we'll recess until 10 minutes after the last vote is called. The committee stands in recess. The committee will come to order. We left off with Mr. Bilirakis' amendment to the PFAS bill, and that is now in order. He spoke on the underlying bill, so we'd go to a Democrat. Ms. Dingell is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
In opposition to the amendment. With great respect for my colleagues, this amendment would create unnecessary exemptions for PFAS related to the manufacture of semiconductors under Superfund Section 5 of TSCA and unsafe incineration requirements under RCRA. Many manufacturers deal with hazardous substances listed under Superfund every day. Superfund liability is an important deterrent that incentivizes parties to handle these materials responsibly and take care to avoid releases. If parties do not cause a release of pollution, they will not have a problem. And if they do cause a release, they should be liable to clean it up. This amendment also provides an exemption from Section 9 of the bill, which prohibits the unsafe incineration of PFAS. We should not tolerate unsafe disposal and unsafe incineration of PFAS under any circumstances, regardless of whether those PFAS were related to semiconductors. And believe me, I want to make it really clear, I know how important the production of semiconductors are. My industry is still suffering from our not building them here. We all got to work together to do that here too. But if we really want to address the threat of PFAS exposure, we need to make sure strong protections are in place. This amendment would create loopholes which will ultimately remove incentives for the safe handling and disposal of PFAS. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and to support the overall bill. I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Does anyone else want to speak on the Bilirakis amendment? Anybody virtually? Okay, we'll move. All right, we're going to vote. We will proceed to a vote on the Bilirakis amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Did you ask for? You did? Okay, recorded vote. Recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the Bilirakis amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk shall call the roll. Your social hour? Oh.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
She's not, she's muted.
Ms.
Eshoo of
DeGette.
California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette.
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Just missed my vote.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes yes.
Mr. Schrader votes yes. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran? Ms. Rice? Ms. Craig? Ms. Schreier?
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan?
And votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rodgers? Mrs. Rodgers votes aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Scalise?
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger?
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long?
Long votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Hudson? Mr. Wahlberg?
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter?
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Palmer?
Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn?
Mr. Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis?
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko?
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence?
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw?
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong?
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Mr. Chairman?
Is that
Chairman
Mr.?
G.K. Butterfield,
Yes?
Butterfield, how am I recorded?
Not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
how does Ruiz from California vote?
Dr. Ruiz, you're not recorded. You vote no?
No.
Okay.
Yes, correct. I vote no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no.
Mr. Chairman, Congressman Welch, how am I recorded?
Mr. Welch is not recorded.
Not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Peters votes no.
Peters votes no. Mr. Hudson,
Mr. Peters votes no.
how do you vote?
Chairman,
Hudson votes yes. Oh, votes no, I'm sorry.
Mr. Hudson votes no.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Custer.
Ms. Custer votes no.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Custer votes no.
Mr. Chairman, Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no.
Did he need to vote no? Didn't he vote no?
He did.
He must have voted no. Okay. Anyone else who's not recorded?
Yes, this is Angie Craig. How am I recorded, please?
Ms. Craig is not recorded.
Hang on.
Oh. Is it?
Ms. Craig votes no on the amendment.
Ms. Craig votes no.
Anyone else who wants to be recorded or wants to change their vote? All right, the clerk will report the tally, and this is the Bilirakis Amendment.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 23 and the nays were 29.
Or how many for the 29?
29 nays.
Okay, so 23, 29. The vote on the Bilirakis amendment is 23 ayes to 29 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. Do we have further amendments? Yes, Mr.
Chairman,
Mr.
I have an
Armstrong.
amendment. I have an amendment at the desk, number 11.
Do you have that one?
I do.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2467, offered by Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota. In Section 2, 1, redesignate subsections D and E as...
Without objection, the reading of the Armstrong amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, we agree that PFAS risks should be addressed in a scientific and objective manner. However, this bill does not do that. It imposes a de facto ban on a massive class of substances that are critical to our health and welfare while also threatening new liability for developing industries. This bill deems certain PFAS and circular hazardous substances and Clean Air Act hazardous pollutants, creating permanent, endless cleanup liability for manufacturers. Among the substances that are caught up in this bill's web are a group of polymers used in high heat and electrical applications. These compounds are essential for the performance of solar panels and wind turbines. This amendment simply adds the manufacture of solar PV and wind turbine components to the bill's exemptions, which will eliminate the threat of current and future circular liability. I've heard my Democratic colleagues repeatedly over the last 2 years argue that we need to dramatically increase generation from wind and solar. Yet this bill would undermine those stated goals. At least it will undermine the domestic production of wind turbines and solar panels. Certain policies pushed by this administration and this committee will actively destroy the nation's oil and gas and coal communities. At the same time, the majority is moving forward with a ban that will effectively undermine domestic wind and solar suppliers that rely on classes of PFAS chemicals, including wind and solar. These overly broad, unscientific actions by this committee continue to put domestic energy production at risk. And then I would just end with, throughout today, a number of my Democratic colleagues have argued during debate on these amendments that people don't have to worry about Superfund liability if they don't cause any environmental harm. This argument's not accurate. Superfund liability, as lawyers call it, is strict. That is, a party doesn't have to have done anything wrong or even accidental. If they have involvement somehow, they are liable, period. End of story. The strict liability is what causes our concern and why we think we have to pass these amendments. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Does anyone want to speak? Oh, gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, to speak in opposition to the amendment. But first, I'd really like to thank our colleagues, Congresswoman Debbie Dingell and Congressman Fred Upton, for coming together in a bipartisan way to address per and polyfluoroalkyl PFAS. Because these are man-made chemicals. These are synthetic chemicals now that have been in our environment, in our bodies now since the 1940s. You'll hear them described as persistent because that means they don't break down. They remain in the environment and in people's bodies over time, and they accumulate. And the health studies indicate that there are very serious consequences. Low birth weight in babies, cancer-causing chemicals, they affect the immune system. They are produced internationally. A lot of our manufacturers have ceased doing this, but a lot of these products are still imported into the United States. A lot of consumer goods, food packaging, nonstick cooking surfaces. Firefighting foam is one of the big issues, and that's why it's a particular issue for our military bases. Many of our service members are dealing with the impacts, the health impacts of PFAS. Even in one base in the state of Florida on the East Coast, Patrick Air Force Base, very significant problems with pollution and PFAS and the health impacts. So Ms. Dingle, Mr. Upton, thank you very much for bringing this legislation. I know a number of amendments have been offered by our colleagues on the other side for liability exemptions. This is really a non sequitur because when a chemical is listed under CERCLA, that doesn't mean that they're not manufactured oftentimes. And there's also been a non sequitur offered during debate. This bill does not ban, it doesn't ban PFAS, but what it does in a very reasonable way, this bill directs the EPA to review PFAS over the next 5 years, to test these chemicals, to make sure that we have appropriate drinking water standards. It is vitally important that the drinking water for our communities back home is safe. So that's pretty darn reasonable, I think, that we are testing the drinking water for these chemicals, especially now that we know that they persist in your body. They accumulate. They continue to accumulate in the environment. So many of these manufacturers, they deal with hazardous substances listed under Superfund every day. Superfund liability is an important deterrent that incentivizes parties to handle these materials responsibly and take care to avoid releases. If the parties do not cause a release of pollution, they will not have a problem. And if they do cause a release, then they should be liable to clean it up, bottom line. So this amendment provides another exemption that to Section 9 of the bill, which prohibits the unsafe incineration of PFAS. We should not tolerate the unsafe disposal and unsafe incineration of PFAS under any circumstance, regardless of whether those PFAS were related to solar panels or wind turbines. So if you really want to address the threat of PFAS exposure, we need to make sure that we have the strongest protections in place. But this amendment would create loopholes, which will ultimately remove incentives for the safe handling and disposal of these chemicals. So I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I support this bill strongly. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman from Florida. We're on the Armstrong Amendment. Yes,
Chairman.
Mr. Latta.
Move to strike the
Recognized
last
for
word.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the amendment from my friend, the gentleman from North Dakota, which will protect domestic solar panel manufacturers from the negative consequences of the underlying bill. My district in Northwest Ohio is home to First Solar, which is America's largest solar technology company and the largest solar manufacturer in the Western Hemisphere. I am concerned that legislation like H.R. 2467 would unnecessarily handicap their operations while their competitors in China continue to operate using forced labor and inadequate environmental protections. Recently, First Solar announced a $680 million expansion in their manufacturing facility that will add over 500 more jobs. We should be supporting domestic manufacturers like First Solar as they compete against China and not burdening them with more regulatory costs and red tape. I call on my colleagues to support Mr. Armstrong's amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else on the Armstrong Amendment? Anybody virtually? All right, we proceed to a vote.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call vote.
Recorded vote, okay. Recorded vote is ordered on the Armstrong Amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. DeGette.
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
No.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas, California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
No.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig of Minnesota votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Mrs. Rodgers. Mrs. Rodgers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
No.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? Peter Welch?
Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch is not
Mr.
recorded.
Welch. Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? Butterfield?
Mr. Butterfield.
Mr. Butterfield is not recorded.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes
Mr.
no.
Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? This
Ms.
is
Fletcher?
Ms. Fletcher is not recorded.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no.
And Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? This is Kim Schreier.
Ms. Schreier is not recorded.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no.
Mr. Chairman, Kinzinger votes aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye.
Is there anyone else who hasn't voted that wants to?
Mr. Chairman, I just checked and I'm recorded. Sarbanes.
Mr. Sarbanes recorded.
Mr. Sarbanes voted no.
Thank you.
Yes. I mean, you voted no. I think that's it, unless there's anyone else. All right, the clerk will call the tally on the Armstrong amendment.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 23 and the nays were 31.
All right, so the vote on the Armstrong amendment is 23 ayes to 31 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's number 13.
Oh, Mr. Johnson, okay. Do you have Mr. Johnson's amendment 13?
Yes, I do.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2467, offered by Mr. Johnson of Ohio. In Section 2,
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and Mr. Johnson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, we're hearing a lot today from some of our colleagues about how passing the PFAS Action Act is urgent and failure to do so would be catastrophic. It's actually right the opposite. For those of you who are not members of the Environment Subcommittee, where we marked this legislation up last week, I'll reiterate for the full committee's benefit what I went over then. I want to make it clear to the whole committee that just because the PFAS Action Act isn't law today does not mean that action has not been, is not being, or will not be taken on PFAS. We went over this in great detail last week, and I know some of my colleagues have touched on it again today, but contrary to what the proponents of this legislation will tell you, in addition to the EPA, who has been working on this, Congress has also passed dozens of bipartisan PFAS measures, especially in regards to mitigating these substances on and around military bases. Additionally, many states, including my home state of Ohio, are taking a leading role in understanding and dealing with these chemicals. We all agree that bad actors who dump toxic substances into our waterways must be held fully accountable. But our committee should be careful not to get out ahead of the science and current regulatory processes by passing this legislation, which, as my Republican colleagues have pointed out, would overwhelm the EPA with unworkable mandates and cause far-reaching unintended consequences. Maybe we should have held some legislative hearings on this, but here we are. And we can make this bill better. Mr. Chairman, as you know, some of us on this committee represent districts that are blessed with cheap and abundant American oil and gas resources. And we work tirelessly to preserve the jobs and prosperity that go along with it. While some areas might rely on these industries, I remind the committee that all of us and all of the men and women we serve, all the Americans we serve, depend on the safe and efficient extraction, transportation, and delivery of oil and gas and the fuels and byproducts derived from it. As my colleagues have described, whether we like it or not, PFAS chemicals have a tremendously large array of uses touching virtually all industries and comprising thousands of products we use every day. It's the same in the oil and gas industry, where these chemicals are used to ensure the safety and reliability of pipelines in oil and gas fields when they're used in various seals and O-rings and gaskets and other crucial components. Even the Secretary of Energy, Secretary Granholm, recently said publicly that pipe is the safest way to transport fuel. So don't we, as members of the Energy and Commerce Committee, have a responsibility to consider the consequences of this legislation as it relates to our responsibilities to safeguard American energy security, particularly the safety and security of our pipelines? With all of our recent talk of environmental safety and pipeline security, are the proponents of this legislation sure they want to interfere with the safe operation of the oil and gas industry, which is what this top-down mandated legislation would do? So, Mr. Chairman, let's take a step back here. My amendment is straightforward. It would simply allow for a critical use exemption for pipeline safety equipment that contains PFAS. There is no evidence or science to suggest that PFAS in pipeline safety equipment is a public health or environmental issue. And I am concerned that the underlying legislation will weaken pipeline safety by banning the use of PFAS in critical components like valves, seals, and protective coatings that prevent leaks. Last Congress, we all joined together to strengthen and reauthorize PHMSA's pipeline safety program to protect America's 2.6 million miles of natural gas and hazardous liquid pipelines. Let's keep pipeline safety a bipartisan issue on this committee. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman, and I'll now move to strike the last word to speak in opposition to the Johnson amendment. This amendment would create unnecessary exemptions for PFAS related to manufacture of pipeline safety equipment under Superfund Section 5 of TSCA and unsafe incineration requirements under RCRA. Many manufacturers deal with hazardous substances listed under Superfund every day. Superfund liability is an important deterrent that incentivizes parties to handle these materials responsibly and take care to avoid releases. If parties do not cause a release of pollution, they will not have a problem. And if they do cause a release, they should be liable to clean it up. Now, the amendment also provides an exemption from Section 9 of the bill, which prohibits the unsafe incineration of PFAS. And I don't think we should tolerate unsafe disposal and unsafe incineration of PFAS under any circumstances, regardless of whether those PFAS were related to pipeline safety equipment. So if we want to really address the threat of PFAS exposure, we need to make sure strong protections are in place. But this amendment would create loopholes which will ultimately remove incentives for the safe handling and disposal of PFAS. So for that reason, I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment and to support the underlying bill, and I yield back. Are there other members that want to speak on the Johnson amendment? Yes, the gentleman. Mr. Joyce.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this act is well-intentioned, but ill-executed. I believe that everyone on this committee wants safe and clean drinking water for their communities and their constituents, but this is not the way to go about it. We cannot take the wrong approach to dealing with these complex and complicated chemicals. Some have detrimental health impacts under certain circumstances, but many others enable medical innovation and provide positive patient outcomes. They provide security of military and law enforcement, and even energy innovation and pipeline safety. As a doctor, I've personally seen the benefits of these products. PFAS materials have in a variety of uses in healthcare, ranging from cardiac stents to coating contact lenses. Thanks to technology developed using PFAS materials, surgeries, such as ones needed to repair children's congenital heart defects, no longer require risky open-heart surgery and are commonly done through the arms. Of course, we don't want dangerous chemicals in our water supply, but to outright ban the whole family of products is not the answer. We need a science-grounded, risk-based approach that identifies the most harmful chemicals and treats them as such, rather than regulate the whole family as a single group. The EPA, the Department of Defense, and other federal agencies and the states have taken significant actions to address PFAS challenges, and we should allow them to continue to do so instead of implementing a top-down approach and mandating the CERCLA designation. CERCLA has potential to slow down the cleanup process of PFAS, divert resources from current high-priority public health issues, and create another unfunded mandate to critical public entities and local governments. Instead of interfering, it's time to allow the government agencies to do their work. So I urge my colleagues in joining me in voting yes on this amendment in securing our energy independence. And I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, Dr. Joyce. Anyone else on the Johnson of Ohio amendment? Nobody virtually? All right, we'll go to a vote.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the Johnson amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eschew. Ms. DeGette. No. Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle. No. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield? Ms. Matsui?
Butterfield votes no.
Matsui votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes?
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch?
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark?
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader?
Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas?
Cardenas of California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz?
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters? Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer?
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly?
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan?
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran? Ms. Rice?
What is the vote? No? No.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig? Ms. Schreier?
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rodgers?
Rodgers votes aye.
Mrs. Rodgers votes aye. Mr. Upton?
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long?
Long votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen?
Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Carter?
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan?
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer?
Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Curtis? Ms. Lesko?
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence?
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
We had some.
Mr. Chairman, how's Peters recorded?
Mr. Peters is not recorded.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no.
How is Ms. Craig recorded?
Ms. Craig is not recorded.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Kinzinger's on the screen. Oh, no? Oh, who we don't have. Is there anyone else who wishes to vote who hasn't? I think everyone who's on the screen has voted. All right. Clerk will vote the tally, will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 20 and the nays were 30.
Okay, so on the Johnson amendment, the vote is 20 ayes to 30 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments?
Mr. Chair, it's Debbie Lesko. I have an amendment at the desk.
Yes. Ms. Lesko, do you, Madam Clerk, do you have the Lesko amendment?
It's amendment number 12.
Yes, I have the amendment.
All right, the clerk will report it.
Amendment to H.R. 2467, offered by Ms. Lesko of Arizona. In Section 2, redesignate subsection.
Without objection, the reading of the Lesko amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would add the manufacture of lithium batteries to the exemptions from liability under the provisions of H.R. 2467. Mr. Chairman, we should assess PFAS risks in an orderly, scientific manner. We should not issue sweeping laws that without any basis deprive our economy of critical substances. This bill imposes a de facto ban on a huge class of substances critical to our energy systems and electrical grid, among many other sectors, without even understanding the risks of these substances. The bill deems certain PFAS as CERCLA hazardous substances and Clean Air Act hazardous pollutants, which creates permanent, endless cleanup liability for manufacturing involving those substances. As we've heard on other topics, fluoropolymers have many critical uses, including in the energy and electric sectors. They are essential for lithium-based batteries that are so necessary for electric vehicles and the type of electrical system my colleagues across the aisle are prioritizing in the Clean Future Act. This bill will tangle lithium battery industry up with future uncertainty and liability, discouraging domestic development and deployment. I remind members that just last week, on June 8th, the administration and the Department of Energy issued a plan, which I have right here, to bolster the domestic development of lithium-based battery technology. In fact, according to the Secretary of Energy, she said, we're going to need a significant increase in battery production to supercharge America's clean energy future, which means we urgently need to build up our capacity to research, develop, manufacture, and market batteries right here at home, said Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm. Well, I would say that this legislation actually is adverse to doing what the administration wants to do. This bill will undermine that effort, threatening any future manufacturer with liability and costly litigation, the opposite of what is needed to make a healthy domestic industry. Mr. Chairman, we should not put our entire domestic industries at risk over substances about which we have no or little information. A vote for this amendment will support America's efforts to increase American jobs in manufacturing. A vote against this amendment will only help China. And with that, I yield back and I ask for a recorded vote.
Thank the gentlewoman. Anyone? Mr. McNerney is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman for recognizing me, and I want to speak in opposition to the amendment, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
This amendment would create unnecessary exemptions for PFAS-related manufacturing of lithium-ion batteries under the Superfund, Section 5 of TSCA, and unsafe incineration requirements under RCRA. Many manufacturers deal with hazardous substances listed in Superfunds every day. Superfund liability is an important deterrent that incentivizes parties to handle these materials responsibly and to take care to avoid releases. If parties do not cause a release of pollution, they do not have a problem. And if they do cause the release of pollution, they should be held liable to clean it up. This amendment also provides an exemption from Section 9 of the bill, which prohibits the unsafe incineration of PFAS. We should not tolerate unsafe disposal and unsafe incineration of PFAS under any circumstances, regardless of whether those PFAS were related to lithium-ion batteries. If we really want to address the threat of PFAS exposures, we need to make sure strong protections are in place, but this amendment would create loopholes which ultimately remove incentives for the safe handling and disposal of PFAS. So I guess I'm going to have to urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support the underlying bill. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else want to speak on the Lesko amendment? I hear a vote. All right. Ms. Lesko asked for a recorded vote, so we'll go to that. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the Lesko amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. DeGette.
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas, California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Soto. Mr. O'Halloran. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rodgers. Mrs. Rodgers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Long votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Curtis. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Anyone who's not recorded and wants to be Mr. Soto?
Mr. Soto votes no.
Anyone?
Chairman, how am I recorded? Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Ms. Blunt Rochester is not recorded.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran?
Mr. O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how is Sarbanes recorded?
Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no.
Anyone else who's not recorded or wants to be? All right. Madam Clerk, report the tally on the Lesko amendment.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 21 and the nays were 31.
All right. The vote on the Lesko amendment is 21 ayes to 31 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, Mr. Carter, do we have that at the desk, Madam Clerk? Number 16.
Yes, I have it.
All right. Will the clerk report the amendment?
Amendment to H.R. 2467, offered by Mr. Carter of Georgia. In Section 2, redesignates...
Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. And Mr. Carter is recognized. Well, first of all, can we turn on the air conditioning in here? It's awful hot.
It's going to put us to sleep.
Really? Is that what it is?
You're in charge of the temperature.
I mean, really? All right, well, Mr. Carter of Georgia, of Georgia is recognized on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this legislative package is an indiscriminate ban on safer PFAS and a de jure ban on using any of the 9,252 existing PFAS. I said it during the subcommittee markup of this bill, and I'll say it again. PFAS is a class of chemicals with multiple important and beneficial uses. The EPA continues to learn more about these thousands of chemicals, and I encourage them to continue their work. However, this bill makes the dramatic leap of declaring them all hazardous before we complete that process. First, the legislation statutorily names certain PFAS chemical substances as hazardous substances or hazardous air pollutants, thus making a safer version of an existing PFAS because of the desirability of its properties is not possible. The bill deems a new PFAS dangerous and bans EPA from even considering its safety. For PFAS containing products that are on the market, the bill creates a federal labeling program to encourage customers to avoid buying anything containing PFAS for fear of exposure. Unfortunately, there is no requirement that the label inform consumers of what risk exists. The bill creates a catch-22 at every turn that will be a boon to the plaintiff's bar. My amendment seeks to bring some sanity to this bill. As I mentioned earlier, there are 9,252 PFAS, and EPA doesn't know how harmful the vast majority of PFAS are. Rather than destroy all the places where a specific PFAS has not been found dangerous, my amendment provides important protections from the regulatory overreach in this bill. It would permit critical uses of PFAS and safer PFAS to continue within the aerospace industry, including airplane construction. Fluoropolymers are critical to the aerospace industry because they enhance reliability, safety, and communication in aircraft. Fluoropolymers improve resistance to heat and cold, improve fire and smoke resistance, and protect against corrosion and prevent fuel leaks. Specifically, critical uses in aerospace include cable and wiring installation in air and spacecraft, antenna technology necessary to improve in-flight connectivity to wireless networks, aircraft interior coatings, materials, tapes, and gaskets, rings and seals for hydraulic systems, hoses and tubing, and electronic system support. My colleagues, we need safe aircraft. Immediately chilling the need for these items will only put negative pressure on manufacturers to come up with parts that were either not designed to be included in these planes or don't have the same performance level as the place they are replacing. It's not just a matter of safety either. The research and development needed to find replacements is lengthy and costly without a guarantee of success. When it comes to flying safety, we need that guarantee of success. Think of the impacts on our national security, our scientific advancement. Fighter aircraft that maintain our ability to maintain air superiority and helicopters that support our troops around the globe all have components that use PFAS. All our highly advantaged aircrafts use PFAS. Our ability to continue research through NASA and explore past our planet will be put in jeopardy. I want to see the United States remain a leader of innovation, but I fear that won't be possible if we put a blanket ban on the chemicals needed for so many advancements. We simply do not have acceptable alternatives for many of the uses of PFAS. With a timeline of 5 years in the bill to make this determination for more than 9,000 substances, it is not realistic to expect the EPA to do the thorough and complete job we need. As such, a vote for my amendment is a vote for science before regulation. It's also a vote for the safety of the flying public. I urge support for my amendment. And before I yield back, Mr. Chairman, we've been at this off and on since 10:30 this morning. I'm glad now at 6:30 that we'll be able to finally pass a Republican amendment, and I yield back.
Is that true? All right, Mr. Carter, thank you. I don't know if what you're saying is true, but okay. I don't think it is. Mr. Tonko is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see how the amendment does here. I move to strike the last word to speak in opposition to the amendment, Mr. Chair. Thank you. This amendment would create unnecessary exemptions for PFAS related to manufacture of components for airplanes and helicopters under Superfund Section 5 of TSCA and unsafe incineration requirements under RCRA. Many manufacturers deal with hazardous substances listed under Superfund each and every day. Superfund liability is an important deterrent that incentivizes parties to handle these materials responsibly and to take the care to avoid releases. If parties do not cause a release of pollution, they will not have a problem. And if they do cause a release, they should be liable to clean it up. This amendment also provides an exemption from Section 9 of the bill, which prohibits the unsafe incineration of PFAS. We should not tolerate unsafe disposal and unsafe incineration of PFAS under any circumstances, regardless of whether those PFAS elements were related to aerospace. If we want to really address the threat of PFAS exposure, we need to make certain strong protections are in place. But this amendment would create loopholes which will ultimately remove incentives for the safe handling and disposal of PFAS. With that, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, Mr. Chair. I support this bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Tonko. Does anyone else want to speak on the Carter Amendment? Okay, doesn't look like it. Nobody virtually? We're going to go to a vote? Recorded vote, yes. Recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the Carter Amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Daggett.
No.
Ms. Daggett votes no. Mr. Doyle.
No.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
No.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes
Sorry.
no.
Joel's getting restless.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Jonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas of California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Badagan.
Baragan votes no.
Ms. Badagan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Soto.
Lisa Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rodgers. Mrs. Rodgers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Long votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes yes.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Armstrong.
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Any members who haven't voted? Mr. Butterfield.
Mr. Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye.
Anyone
Is
else?
Sarbanes recorded?
Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes recorded?
Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no.
Any other member who's not recorded and wants to be virtually, otherwise? No? All right, this is the Carter Amendment. Madam Clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 21 and the nays were 31.
31. The vote. The vote on the Carter Amendment is 21 ayes to 31 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to this legislation? Yes, Mr. McKinley.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. McKinley, do you have his amendment, Madam Clerk?
What's
Should be the
number?
last one down there.
Last one? Good.
Yes, I have the amendment.
Number one,
Didn't you miss
perhaps? Number one? Is that it? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2467, offered by Mr. McKinley of West Virginia. In Section 2,
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from West Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, just like the bill exempts airports from Superfund liability, this amendment would similarly exempt community water systems. Superfund triggers automatic and permanent liability for anyone who comes in contact with waste. As I pointed out in my opening remark, this bill curiously exempts airports from liability. However, community water systems that are simply trying to dispose of PFAS-laden filters would be targeted for litigation. Now, simply put, without this amendment, this bill will put the rate holders of water systems on the hook for costly litigation. Families are already struggling with rising costs. Now, Congress is about to be essentially increasing their water bills.
Oh, July.
Really? Look, polluters, not ratepayers, should be held liable under a Superfund. So, Mr. Chairman, let me just try to summarize this. If exempting airports is a responsible move, and recognizing that more PFAS firefighting foam is used annually at America's airports than used in medical devices, Kevlar, and semiconductors combined. So let me get this straight. So the worst culprit of PFAS use is getting an exemption. I got to say, Mr. Chairman, if exempting the airports is appropriate, then exempting water utilities is also a correct and fair thing to do. And I urge support of my amendment and yield back my time.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Soto is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. No, I won't. So let me get this straight. We're going to let people drink tainted water, have no liability, have no guardrails. That seems to defeat the whole purpose of the bill. People don't drink airports, right? They drink water out of utilities that are helping to protect our constituents. And so taking this out is unprecedented. But I also want to talk briefly about what we've seen in some of these other amendments today. You know, we had a firefighter cancer cluster in Ocala, in Florida. And we even had one of the witnesses last year come up. It was his brother. We didn't even know that. He just mentioned it was his brother who was part of that cancer cluster in Florida. When I went to the Avon Air Force Base in my district and just south, they had asbestos everywhere. So this idea that our military bases and our military members shouldn't be protected from PFAS, just like they're not being protected from asbestos, our military deserves better. Our constituents deserve better by clean water. Our military deserves better by clean installations, by clean equipment for them to be protected in. And I did some research on this. DuPont makes Kevlar, and they're already moving out of PFAS. So the idea that we would have to exempt things like that just isn't true. Industry's catching up. They're already on this movement to get PFAS out of everyday life so that we could get back to a healthy population. And I just want to thank Congresswoman Dingell, for your amazing work all today. You've been our hero, and we're just so proud of you and Fred. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Does anyone else want to speak on this? Yes, Mr. Griffin. It's recognized
Chairman.
for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking on the amendment, and I know it's getting late and we're all getting a little tired, but I'm just curious because I raised the issue earlier today about chlorine and how we're going to manufacture chlorine, and now we have this amendment about small drinking water companies, and nobody's trying to protect anybody who's intentionally putting this stuff in the water supply, but generally it's coming from someplace else and they're trying to filter it out. And while we're solving that problem, Mr. Chairman, we're creating a huge potential that there will not be sufficient amount of chlorine to meet the EPA standards, and really putting a lot of these small water companies between a rock and a hard place. I don't know the answer, but if anybody knows how they're going to manufacture chlorine for use in disinfectants and use in public water systems, et cetera, without using asbestos, mercury, or PFAS, I would love it if somebody would respond to me and tell me how that's going to happen. I yield back.
All right. Anyone else? Going to go to a vote? Okay. Recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the McKinley amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eschew. Ms. DeGette. No. Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
No.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark votes no. Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
The demand.
Cardenas of California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mrs. Rodgers.
Mrs. Rodgers votes aye.
Mrs. Rodgers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
This GC is Michael Levy, and he's working for John Window.
Mr. Johnson.
Nick Phelps would be more of a.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Long votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Anybody who has not been recorded and wants to be? No? Everybody's on the screen has voted? All right, we'll go to, the clerk will report the tally on the McKinley Amendment.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 22 and the nays were 30.
Okay, so the vote on the McKinley Amendment is 22 ayes to 30 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to this legislation? All right, seeing none, we'll move to reporting the bill to the House. Question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 2467 as amended to the House. All those in favor of reporting H.R. 2467 as amended to the House will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed will say no. No. In the opinion.
Oh, no's got it. That was big.
Oh, what's that? You want a recorded vote? No, I know. That's all right. I'm glad we're still smiling. All right, a recorded vote has been requested, and a recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting H.R. 2467 as amended to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
It wasn't amended.
Oh, it was not amended? Okay, we have to repeat that then. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting H.R. 2467 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eschew. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas of California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. VC votes aye. Ms. Custer?
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly?
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan?
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
Mr. McEachin happily votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran? Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice?
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig?
Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier?
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rodgers? Mrs. Rodgers votes no. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Scalise?
Scalise votes no.
Mr. Scalise votes no. Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long?
That might be too much pressure. Long votes no.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon?
No.
Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Hudson?
Hudson votes yes.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter?
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan?
Mr. Duncan votes no.
Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer?
Palmer votes no.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn?
Mr. Dunn votes no.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis?
Curtis votes no.
Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko?
Lesko votes no.
Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Anyone who's not recorded that we missed?
Mr. Chairman, Trahan votes yes.
Mr. Hand votes aye.
Anyone else virtually or otherwise? All right. So the clerk will report the tally on final passage.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 33 and the nays were 20.
20. So on reporting HR 2467 to the House, the vote is 33 ayes to 20 noes. And so HR 2467 is reported to the full House. Now, before we adjourn, yes,
Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Rodgers is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pursuant to Clause 2L of Rule 11, I intend to file views for inclusion in the report to the House on this legislation and ask for 2 additional days to file such views.
Without objection, so ordered. I'm going to have to read some documents that members have requested in the record. But let me just say before we adjourn that, I appreciate everybody's cooperation today. I mean, it was kind of a practice, but I thought it went pretty well. Yeah. It's too hot in here, so. The problem is that, I know I'm going to still do that. We haven't really been in this room until today. So we'll just continue to work out these kinks. But overall, I think it went well. So let me request, Unanimous consent to enter the following documents into the record: a letter from the Rural Community Assistance Partnership in support of H.R. 3293, the Low Income Water Customer Assistance Program Act of 2021, a letter from the Advanced Medical Technology Association, a letter from Representatives McMorris, Rodgers, Guthrie, Latta, Bilirakis, Upton, McKinley, and Griffith to Acting OMB Director Fairweather, a letter from the American Chemistry Council, a letter from the American Water Works Association, the Association of Metropolitan Water Agencies, the National Association of Water Companies, and the National Rural Water Association, a letter from the United States Conference of Mayors, the National League of Cities, and the National Association of Counties, and a letter from 18 industry organizations. Without objection, so ordered. And let me also say or request that without objection, the staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bills consistent with the actions taken by the committee today. And once again, Mrs. Rodgers, thank you for all your cooperation with this. And we'll continue with this hybrid version for a while. We'll see. And without any other business, the committee stands adjourned.
Very good. Yay!
This meeting is no longer being recorded.